this our native land. We pledge our lives to thee. Here every creed and race finds an equal place, and may God bless our nation. Here every creed and race finds an equal place, and may God bless our nation.
Thank you. Will you please remain standing, and we invite to lead a morning prayer this morning on behalf of the interreligious organization, Representative Baba Neil Rawlins.
Hikaro, President, good morning. I call on the calming waters of the divine messenger, the owner of white light and consciousness, the mother of the earth, the ancestors, and the parts of and future of our existence. I salute you. I give praise to the omnipotent Olodumare and the universe. I give praise to Mother Earth and all nature and its beings. I give praise to the guiding spirit that grants our existence. I give praise to the regional ancestors, former prime ministers and cricketers of West Indian history, who in their era of the game reformed this game called cricket, sweet cricket. Today, as we engage in the conversation on reinvigorating West Indies cricket, we pay tribute to all those that came before us. We echoed profound gratitude. I call on Baba Obatala, the Orisha of wisdom and knowledge, owner of the white cloth and consciousness, which signifies peace, sober decision-makings, creativity, purity, and divination, in comparison to the white uniform of cricket. We pray that this color embodies patience, agility, clarity of mind, strategy, and wisdom associated with the game, which can be attained through thoughtfulness. As the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket takes this initiative designed to address West Indies cricket multifaceted obligations and challenges through collaborative approach, you have taken a social responsibility that is associated with eldership and the inherent wisdom of a sage. In the element of leadership in the region, we are hopeful that the conversation will also examine external concerns on the current issues in ours and other regions, on the rumors of war in Haiti, Israel, and Nigeria. I ask that our spiritual ancestors, the ancient ones, of the Gongo, the ancestral mothers and fathers, all energies of this universe, to be part of these very important conversations, and that they become a catalyst for peace, prosperity, for positive outcomes and solutions in our region and the world at large. This I ask forever. On behalf of the Interreligious Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, I wish the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket great success. Ashe, ashe, ashe.
Thank you very much to Baba Neil Rawlins, the IRO representative. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to sit. Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Chair of the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket, the Honourable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Joining us online, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and Chair of CARICOM. I acknowledge Senator the Honourable Reginald Armour SC, Attorney General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Senator the Honourable Randall Mitchell, Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts and Acting Minister of Sport and Community Development, the Honourable Charles S. Ramson, Minister for Culture, Youth and Sport, representing here in Port of Spain, the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Ambassador Earl Huntley, representing the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Dr. the Right Honourable Keith Mitchell, former Prime Minister of Grenada, other honourable ministers of the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the region, Your Excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions accredited to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Assistant Secretary General of CARICOM, Alison Drayton, Dr. Kishore Shalu, President, Cricket West Indies, CWI Directors, and other executives of CWI, our esteemed legends of cricket and legends of West Indies cricket, heads and other representatives of national and regional cricket bodies, former and current West Indies cricketers, permanent secretaries, other specially invited guests, members of the media, our audiences joining us online and on channels across the Caribbean, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to Port of Spain, and welcome to the CARICOM Regional Cricket Conference, Reinvigorating West Indies Cricket, a symposium for strategic collaboration and innovation. For the next 2 days, I have the honor and pleasure of serving as your Master of Ceremonies. I'm Wendell Constantine. It's a privilege to be with you. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome to the stage to deliver the opening address and welcome remarks, Dr. the Honourable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Chair of the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Wendell. I would like to take this opportunity, if I do nothing else, but to adopt the salutations that have been made, but I couldn't do that without acknowledging the presence of my Prime Ministerial colleague, Prime Minister of Barbados, the Right Honourable Mia Motley, other members of governments of the region, my own cabinet colleagues from Trinidad and Tobago, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, particularly the legends of West Indies cricket. I would like to welcome you on behalf of the CARICOM Secretariat and the heads of government of CARICOM to Trinidad and Tobago, where we've gathered in this room in what I presume is one of the unique occasions in our nation history. And by nation, I speak about the West Indian nation. West Indies cricket creates a strange nation, but it's an effective one, because we have been world leaders in this game that we love so much. And you may ask, why is it important for us to want a reinvigoration of West Indies cricket? It is because our Caribbean nation is lifted when we win, when we play well, and we are depressed when we don't do well in cricket. We are not the first nation to have had issues with our game, but what drove this conference to its reality today is an impatience and an understanding that, unlike other nations that have had downs in their cricket history, we in the Caribbean seem to be taking a very long time to come out of our downturn in cricket. As world champion, I would do well today to acknowledge the presence in this gathering of Sir Clive Lloyd. And his colleague legends who are with us today. To say that we acknowledge that we are in fact by population, the smallest population playing international cricket, test cricket and so on. Many West Indians don't realize that. We are in fact the smallest population of people who play in this game and wanting to compete at the highest level and having set records of all kinds. But there's something about us in the Caribbean that might be special in this game because we could play this game. Sir Gary Sobers held the record for many, many years for the most runs ever made. And then Brian Lara broke that record and broke it again. But for me, the most important understanding that size doesn't matter, it's quality that matters, is when Barbados, at its independence, engaged the rest of the world in cricket in a test match. And for 4 to 5 days, Barbados had the edge. It took a miracle by Mustaq Mohammed to change that, otherwise history would have been made where the dot of Barbados had beaten the world in cricket. We can play this game. And that is why we should not give up on this game. And this conference in Trinidad and Tobago at this time is precisely for that purpose, signaling that we do not intend to give up on cricket. We intend to defend cricket, and we intend to play cricket at the highest level, and we'll get back to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't been doing very well in some aspects of the game. But in the midst of that, we sent a team to Australia recently. Babes, they destroyed the strongest Australian team. We can play this game. Recently, in the new popular genre of the game, T20, there was a selection of an all-time T20 IPL team. The Caribbean team, West Indies, got 5 picks on that team. And it didn't include Puran, it didn't include Hetmaya, and it didn't include Akil Hussain. We got 5 picks out of 11. I think somebody didn't want to pick 8 out of 11. But the important thing, ladies and gentlemen, is not that we can't play the game. I spent the last year, having taken up this appointment at the CARICOM, talking to as many people as I can who know about West Indies cricket or who is interested in West Indies cricket. And the one thing that I've come away with to tell you here today is that there's great dissatisfaction with our attempt to manage West Indies cricket. We have the talent, but apparently the problems are equally to be shared among non-performance on the field as non-performance in management. And what I've been told in many, many instances is that apparently being able to bat or bowl is not a good enough qualification to be able to manage the game. I had the opportunity a few years ago, about 6 years ago, to spend some time with Cricket Australia, in Australia, trying to figure out how they went about dealing with lifting themselves out of the doldrums that they were in. And the one thing that was clear to me, I came away with an understanding that there's cricket the game and there's cricket the business. And I throw that out to be challenged, but to be understood that if we are to make progress from this day forward, we have to have an appreciation that there's management of cricket the game, and in today's multi-billion-dollar international industry, there's cricket the business. And if you're going to manage business, manage the game, the first thing that comes to us is management of the resources. After we do an analysis, so there's something that goes on in business they call a SWOT analysis, where you analyze your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. And if we do that during this conference, all I will ask you to do is to be brief, to be engaged, and to be honest. West Indies cricket is a strong brand. When I went to Melbourne to talk to the Australians, there was a genuine sense of sadness that West Indies cricket was in fact in decline according to them. Some of our own people here in the Caribbean believe that Test cricket is in decline. We don't want to agree with that, because if you look around the world when Test cricket is being played in those populations, you will still see that Test cricket is the champagne of cricket. And ladies and gentlemen, we have to take responsibility for West Indies cricket. We have a strong brand. We have weaknesses. The main weakness is insularity. But that insularity is our peculiarity. We are the only cricketing nation that is made up of a number of nations, so we usually don't get consensus. But our peculiarity, our diversity, may be our own strength. And of course, there are opportunities, and sometimes we lose those opportunities. One opportunity lost is to be in a position to ensure that in the billion-dollar industry, in the money-making part of the business, that we are there to earn. Ladies and gentlemen, on that comment, I want to say today that in the interest of West Indies cricket and managing resources that are available to us or should be available to us, that it is absolutely essential for West Indies cricket to reopen the CPL contract and to look at the resources available to West Indies cricket. That lopsided contract must not stand. And secondly, there are threats. And one of the threats is that we can allow cricket to die by having Trinity College, a boys' school in Trinidad and Tobago, without a cricket field or without a cricket net. A boys' school in Trinidad, where the boys probably don't have a sports master and the game is not played. And the Queen's Park Oval can become a place they used to play cricket. These are the issues for West Indies cricket. Our legendary ground, Queen's Park Oval, we haven't seen a test match since when? The insularity that damages us is not the players on the field, because as my interest, my research has shown that when the players come together to rally around the West Indies, they rally together as brothers. A lot of the problems are elsewhere. We need to own up, and we need to stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, all is not lost. I'm open to criticism. I'm open to complaints. But at the end of the day, I hope by tomorrow evening, what we will leave here with is some either incipient or commitment to have a plan for going forward, which will give West Indies cricket an opportunity to generate players from sustainable nurseries with sustainable resources, which include corporate CARICOM, and also a commitment to want to get back to where we dominated 2 decades ago. It is possible, it is expected, and it is the future of our children. So ladies and gentlemen, whether we talk about our male players or our women, cricket and West Indies go together. It's our history, it's our legend, it's our legacy. Let us not give it up lightly. Today, I ask you, as you participate, to be cognizant that we have a lot of things to say. I expect everybody in here is an expert on cricket and have a lot to say. But just bear in mind that time is of the essence. And at the end of the day, repeating something 10 times don't make it any more forceful. Raising it once to be observed would be useful. I am anxious to hear what has to be said in this forum, and what tomorrow we'll do, distillation of what we're saying, what we're doing, and hopefully we can provide some guiding beacon for a game we love and means so much to us. Thank you all so much for coming, and let us defend our game and enjoy cricket the way we used to. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Keith Rowley, Chair of the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket. Thank you, Prime Minister. Well, we're in a working session for the majority of today and tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome to deliver remarks the President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Pleasant good morning, everyone. Please allow me to adopt the salutations. However, I must recognize our host, the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Chair of the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket. Also, his esteemed colleague, Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Mottley. Thanks for being here with us this morning. And of course, we all don't get the opportunity very often to see our legends. So I'm sure you won't mind if I recognize their presence as well. Really grateful for your efforts to be here. I know some in the case of Sir Clive is here all the way from England, and the others who, traveled across the region, some not as mobile as before, as we understand. And so we are really appreciative of your efforts to be here. It certainly is gratifying and reassuring when plans and efforts come together, purposefully. And I'm sure that, similar to me, you feel very proud, elated, surprised for some to be amongst cricket enthusiasts. It's something that doesn't happen too often. And of course, we're doing it to discuss a single agenda item, West Indies cricket. And I've prepared a script, so, you'll see me glimpsing down at my tablet every now and then because, again, we're not sure when this opportunity is going to come around again, certainly from my perspective at Cricket West Indies. So I don't want to miss anything. And so I've documented some stuff here. But over the last few weeks, I'll be up, I'm a late night person, I'll be up at 1 a.m. and I'll see a message coming from the Honorable Prime Minister, Keith Rowley. And I will go sleep, wake up about after 7, and then I see messages were coming in at 6 a.m. again on WhatsApp from the Honorable Prime Minister. And this is evidence of the passion and determination to realize this symposium. And I don't want us in any way to underestimate the efforts that have gone into this symposium. And Prime Minister Rowley, I really want to thank you on behalf, I'm sure, everyone here and West Indians across the world this morning who is looking at this symposium, to say thanks to you for hosting and investing your resources from the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Thanks. I also want to express my appreciation to Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Mottley, who continues to demonstrate her affection and love for cricket through actions. And of course, from the very start when I commenced my journey as the President of Cricket West Indies, she has been very supportive. And Prime Minister Mottley, I want to say that I appreciate you and grateful for all your words of encouragement and advice over my tenure so far. Thank you. What I may say next probably may be interpreted as a story, but I believe that it is quite important for the context of this symposium. I grew up in a small village in St. Vincent and the Grenadines called Coast Hill on the north leeward side of the island. And my experience as a little boy, I'm sure will resonate with every single one of you in this room. Glued to the televisions, radio, friends and family flocking, whether at shops or nearby, just observing, listening to cricket. Nerve-wracking, heart-wrenching moments, but certainly unmatched jubilation. And this era where I am from in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it has only produced less than a handful of international cricketers. Wilfred Slack, His Excellency Michael Finley, who was here with us, Ian Allen, and in recent times, Keswick Williams. But for these people in this small community, it was never about celebrating these individuals who they know, but it was about celebrating West Indian people. And every time the West Indies team did well, as the Honorable Prime Minister said a while ago, you would almost feel that buzz. Everyone would walk with the chest a bit higher, in some cases a lot higher. And that certainly, from there on, suggested to me that there was something special about cricket in the West Indies and for West Indian people. As a 12-year-old, I went across to the east of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to Barbados for the very first time to play cricket. And in my humble opinion, I must say that I believe that Barbados, in our region certainly, and maybe across the world, is unmatched when it comes to cricket history. But from between playing cricket, observing cricket, reading, I gained tremendous insights and exposure to what West Indies cricket represents. And with such reality, and like many again in this room, I developed an unconditional love, everlasting passion for our cricket. And similar to what we have heard from Prime Minister Rowley, and I'm sure you will hear later on from Prime Minister Motley, many esteemed Caribbean leaders, historians, and other notables have all articulated the relevance of West Indies cricket to the world. Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Ralph Gonsalves, who unfortunately is not here with us this morning, had some travel challenges, but he wrote an extensive essay in one of his books, Our Caribbean Civilization and Its Political Prospects. Also, we had former Jamaican Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Michael Mundy, presenting many facts about the great sport of cricket and a West Indies perspective that certainly won't be lost on anyone if you immerse yourself in that book. Of course, we have heard as well from C.L.R. James, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, and countless others who have documented positions on West Indies cricket and what West Indies cricket has done to liberate our people. And it is astonishing, certainly to me, that with such rich history and significance, our game isn't grounded in a more stable foundation. In fact, to the average fan, certainly the younger generation, our reality may even be perplexing, wondering, what are we talking about? What great institution? If they only just tune in to West Indies cricket. Quite often, I hear the questions such as, how can an institution that held such dominance once upon a time be so vulnerable now? And why have we dominated in every single format of the game at some point, but yet there are still struggles for us to be in the top 5 of the world ranking? And to me, consider myself a student of the game. I have immersed myself in several cricket books about West Indies cricket, including some written by our esteemed legends here this morning. And for me, it is quite glaring, the evidence are quite glaring in terms of the issues and the challenges that we have encountered over the years that have us in this current state. Now understand this. Any book written on West Indies cricket over the last 5 decades have observed, or if once they're balanced in any way, they would have diagnosed the issues of West Indies cricket and our entire system. C.L.R. James spoke of the insularity. Michael Manley spoke about an approach that is more aligned to nationalistic behavior. And you just heard P.M. Rowe spoke of insularity. I'm not sure if we're going to be silent on that over the next couple of days, but we'll wait and see. Michael Holden, in his text, No Holding Backs, spoke of then West Indies Cricket Board's incompetence. And of course, there are many others who wrote of, like I said, the issues. But for this occasion, I'm going to adapt a statement in Sir Wesley Hall, who is in our presence this morning, his book, Answering the Call. And I quote, "Failure is not a single cataclysmic event, but a series of little mistakes." And some may argue, or even loudly whisper, that these are by no means little mistakes. I may agree. But I believe it was psychologist Carl Jung who said, "We cannot change anything unless we accept it." So in order to proceed with fixing or resolving our issues and challenges, we have to accept the deficiencies. Those diagnoses over the years in countless texts that are so well documented and available to us, we have to accept what we need to fix. And I believe the symposium this morning is a starting point, of course, of accepting the challenges that we face, our shortfalls over the years, the countless suggestions made to us, including former heads of government, but certainly cricket administrators, that these suggestions that have fallen deaf over the years must now be accepted. Now, Michael Manley, in one of his texts again, and I make reference to him, "In the long run of history lies below a road and self-imposed insular incompetence and a high road of adventure in Caribbean regionalism leading on to wider possibilities." And I do believe that this sentiment still holds very true. And what it speaks about is, though there are individual brilliance from time to time that will lead the charge of success, no sustained triumph is possible without each player understanding and performing their role. And the Prime Minister, Ralph Gonsalves, again, he spoke about this same individual brilliance, which many of our forebears rightly emphasize on. And he spoke of them achieving multiple things collectively. And I'm truly hopeful that at the end of this symposium on Friday, there is an elevated degree of comprehension of stakeholders' role. I also believe that there will be a greater appreciation for collaboration to advance West Indies cricket. West Indies cricket, no doubt, remains one of the most iconic brands in sports. And I mean, again, you could read many books, not only from West Indians, but others, to understand. I recall one occasion last year. I was in South Africa with Sir Vivian Richards and others, my CEO Johnny Grave, he was there also. And Jack Callis, I'm sure everyone in this room, at least most, know who Jack Callis is. It was just after we got knocked out of the World Cup and missed the opportunity for the first time to qualify. And Jack Callis stood on stage and said, I cannot imagine West Indies not at the World Cup. A World Cup without West Indies is like going to the beach without sun. And then I spoke to a few of the African delegates who were there, and they told me how much it hurt them to actually see a defeat of West Indies team from that World Cup. In fact, two gentlemen I recall said that it brought tears to their eyes. One was one was from Zimbabwe, and he said he felt it more when West Indies got knocked out of the World Cup than when Zimbabwe exited. Now, people, I say this to remind you of the passion that is out there for cricket, West Indies, and what West Indies cricket means to persons beyond the Caribbean. I conclude by encouraging everyone to embark on this two-day symposium with an open mind. I am optimistic that the exchanges will be rich in substance, and that at the end of this symposium, there will be an alignment of the minds, and we can further build on the legacy of West Indies cricket. And I want to end by echoing the words of Sir West, who is with us again this morning. And Sir West said in his book, Answering the Call, cricket in the West Indies is a metaphor that mirrors cultural, political, and social change, a regional integrator, a uniting force, and a microcosm of life. Let us use this actuality as the foundation of our deliberations over the next 2 days. And with that, I am absolutely confident that we are going to have a fruitful exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thanks for your support. Thanks for being here this morning. I really look forward to the engagement over the next few hours and days. Thanks.
And our thanks to you, Dr. Kishore Shallow, President of Cricket West Indies. Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks and your presence here with us this morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, cricket is all about lyrics. There's been lots said about the sport, and as part of the opening ceremony, brief though it may be, it was important to also insert a poem from the emerging generations across the Caribbean. Young poet Tyrese Campbell will share a little story on This is Cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome Mr. Tyrese Campbell.
Oh, shucks, boy. It shucks, boy. A man out fat duck. It rough, boy. They out there getting licks. A 6, boy. They looking sick like they need Vicks, boy. You could see they're feeling it. You could check the sweat getting thick. Oh, gosh. Oh, shims. Oh, shit. Shh. Be quiet. I can't even hear. Like I redlining, because everything going clear. Everybody hands in the air. Everybody hands in the air. People jumping up like it's a fete in here. Can't sit down, forget the chair. Can't turn my head, I had to steer. A ball come my way. I grasping. The man in the backyard breathe, he gasping. The other one can't eat, he fasting. But you know the appetite still raging, because it's a feasty way. Everybody stampeding, stamp your tickets, every star playing. Star your favorite, everybody campaigning, bring the champagne in. It's a scene. And everybody can't even get in. And next man out, boy, they take our wicket. And next man outside, boy, still trying to pay for tickets. He pray he gets it. They say he wicked. But he just stay home and miss it. Everybody moving around. They're screaming. It's like surround sound around town. They're reeling. It's a movie. And you witness a piece of history. And next man make a century. The team almost a victory. Everybody making memories. But on the field, somebody making a memoir. Somebody else writing a eulogy, an autobiography, autographing their mark on this world. Because after this, they become legends automatically. So load up the matic and crack it autocratically. Again and again and again. That's how serious we take it. You can't fake it. It's a love that we have for this sport. So we treat it like Sun Tzu, the art of war. Bat is the sword, ball is the bullet, armor on, shin pads and helmets. And everybody around the perimeter. Because this man up next, he just said boundary like he don't know about 1, 2, and 3. He started learning to count at 4. So count on the Lord because everything's counting down. Don't come with the clown thing now. We serious. And everybody at home in suspense. Radio, TV, or live stream, whatever your choice. Either way, you could hear the energy in the commentator's voice. The way he described a man bowling action and the next man batting technique. But even right now, he's at a lost for words, sitting at the edge of his seat, shifting his feet, gritting his teeth, just like you. Because he want to know what this all come down to. Last day, last innings, a last over, last ball, last run, at last it's all over. And you don't know how to feel. You don't know what's a dream or what real. Win, lose, or draw, you're still looking at the score. Your friend next to you in uproar. Well, the other one, he can't stop grinning. It's all you're supporting different teams, but only one winning. Cricket is more than just a game, a play, a match. As they say, cricket is a way for nations to wage war in peace. A way for the newly independent to showcase their new identity. A way for the youth that always saying getting out to get out of poverty. A way to escape when you feel like the world is on your shoulders and nothing's working out. Cricket is the pain relief, the medication, the Panadol. Cricket is Guyana, the Leeward Islands, and Barbados. Cricket is Jamaica, the Windward Islands, and Trinidad and Tobago. Cricket pulses in the veins of the West Indies. Cricket beats in the heart of every CARICOM country. Cricket is Grandpa, sitting on the couch, talking about the old-time days when he used to play. And your little child that could barely hold the bat, pelting the ball and breaking your vase, falling flat on your face. Cricket is the stadium, the savannah, the school courtyard. Cricket is contest, conflicts, and competition. Cricket is an evening sunset conversation. So when I say, oh, shucks, boy, shucks, boy, it's never too rough, boy, it's love, boy. It's not just kicks, it's more fix, boy. It's not about tricks and politics, boy, I mean it. When I say the sky is the limit, and best believe it, because this is cricket. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tyrese Campbell. If you were not inspired as yet to settle down to get to work on where we take the sport of our region, well, the future has just placed it before you. We may have remembered a Paul Keynes Douglas and a Vibert, etc., but here's Tyrese doing what young people want to do. The young man is part of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board team. He is inspired by poet Darren Sandy. And this weekend, for those of you who are visiting Trinidad and Tobago for the two-day conference, on Sunday there's the National Poetry Slam in Port of Spain. Adjust your flight. In this, our brief opening ceremony, we move now to remarks by our regional leaders. And it is my pleasure to invite to address you and to deliver remarks the Prime Minister of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mia Mottley.
Please sit. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My dear brother, Prime Minister Rowley, former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell, distinguished legends of West Indies cricket, and you would forgive me if I also add my own national hero, the Right Excellent Sir Gary Sobers, who is not here in person, but is always anywhere there is cricket being discussed in the Caribbean. Cricket, lovely cricket. It is more than bat and ball. Those were the words that I spoke to last year when having the honor of delivering the Frank Worrell lecture. It took me about 2 years to decide to do it. Not because I can't talk, but because I figured that the emotion of having to deliver that address would be a very difficult moment. And I say so because for as long as I can remember myself, I had the good fortune of growing up with an exposure to cricket. The great Sir Charles Griffith is here. And on a Saturday afternoon, sometimes I would come outside in our house and he would be playing with other people. And to me, that was an amazing opportunity at 6 and 7 years old to see a giant of a man with whom you could touch and play and relate. As a young kid, outside of Kensington, standing by the Players' Pavilion, waiting for Sir Andy Roberts and Joel Garner and Michael Holden, Malcolm Marshall, Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenidge, they probably wouldn't even have known, because I was just any other little girl asking for an autograph. I still have Imran Khan, Zahir Abbas, Majid Khan's autographs. I set this tone because it is important for us to truly understand what we mean in the hearts of each and every boy and girl in this region. But I stand here today now, not as an expert of cricket, definitely a fan and a lover of West Indies, but I stand here as a trustee of a legacy that my country, which has defined itself in many ways, but one of those clear ways is through the game of cricket. And Keith, I would not know how not to be here. Not just because we will host the finals of Cricket World Cup, and as the smallest nation in the world to now host 3 global sporting events, with cricket being the 3rd largest global event, only after the Olympics and football. I place that in context because it is important for us to understand that the mission must be the nurturing of a DNA of excellence that is allowed to spread beyond the boundary into every aspect of our lives as Caribbean people, to reflect on the fact that because politicians can't do better, this is still the best example, along with the University of the West Indies, of Caribbean civilization. and to accept the obligation that in an interdependent world, we must create global citizens with Caribbean roots. Keith, you spoke about the difference between the game and the business. But at the core of it is about development and investment. It is the young people, and I'm happy that finally it is not just boys, but boys and girls, who will become the men and women who can become these global citizens with Caribbean roots. My heart filled with pride this week when Haley Matthews was heralded by Wisden T20 Cricketer of the Year. And it did so because, Mr. President, when you and I first met, when you took over, it was actually International Women's Day, March 8th. And I asked you then to start the journey of removing the discriminatory practices between men and women. Practices that go as far as the quality of the coverage and the camera covering the game, meaning that it becomes less alluring to those who may not be fully engaged purely because when you look at IPL and you look at the women playing cricket in many other jurisdictions, it just doesn't even look the same. That cannot be a metaphor for our own development. And the fact and the obligation of removing the discrimination that exists between men and women's cricket is absolutely critical. I have said to you, and I offer you now publicly again, that Kensington Oval, that iconic ground, could be a location where we break new ground again in history by having a mixed gender game, recognizing that in the Olympics you're going to soon have mixed gender relays. And we don't need to wait on others to lead us, but we can resume the leadership in ensuring that just as the game has evolved from Test to 50 over to T20 to the increase in women's cricket, that ultimately that will soon be the next step. But I haven't come here to talk about that alone, because there has to be an ecosystem that is developed and a recognition that a core part of the development strategy of the region must include opportunities for our sportsmen, of which cricket is the one, along with team sport, that has most allowed us to be learned, to be accepted globally as a legitimate brand. In spite of the ups and downs, the West Indies cricket brand is still strong. And what does that tell you about it? That it is enduring. And we have an obligation to be able to level the field by the investments that we have to make in this sport, recognizing that not all may make the team, the right to wear that maroon, but all can participate at different levels to make a living. And whether it is exporting persons to help in coaching across the world, Africa is now having a keen interest in the development of this game, whether it is through the ability of us to have as many of our youngsters play, whether it is in the creation of the supply of world-class and first-class umpires, whether it is in people who are in the business of keeping the field and the outfield and the pitches in good form, or in the ability to sell pitches to the United States of America instead of them buying from Australia. Whatever it is, we must plan now the careful investment that will allow us to see this as a viable, productive, and economic sector, while at the same time having the luxury of being the love of our life. If you can marry business with love, I'm told that that is the most perfect example of how we can enjoy while at the same time advance. I want to suggest that the critical investment in our young people, in our villages, in our communities, to be able to ensure that those who may be attracted to the lights and the celebrity fame of basketball and all of those other sports need to be told and exposed to the fact that they can make a very good living if they choose to apply themselves in these areas. And may I say that with respect to the investment, let us remember that Europe did not conquer Africa because Europe was larger than Africa. Europe did not conquer Africa because they had more people than Africa. Europe conquered Africa because of the use of technology and in particular gunpowder. Today, we have other regions investing significantly in technology. But the absence of technology in our own region for our own players is a crying shame. And that is why, in securing the funding for the critical refurbishment of Kensington Oval, I indicated to the Barbados Cricket Association that we were not only seeking to restore and to upgrade an iconic ground that has the distinction of hosting will have the distinction of hosting 3 global finals, but there could be no investment that does not have in it the outfitting of an indoor facility with the highest and best technology available so that Barbadian boys and girls can benefit in the same way as any child in Australia or in England or wherever else. And that has to be our responsibility as trustees. And whatever else we do, and certainly I think that we should deal with the elephant in the room, which is the insularity. There are so many jokes about that throughout, and I'm sure that we will be regaled with them over the next 2 days. But may I just remind us, as I said, do not follow the politicians in not being able to create that ultimate union. Do not. Because you actually remain the inspiration for the rest of us to believe that one day, as I speak even to you in the former capital of the West Indies Federation, that one day that we too in the rest of the region can get our act together and have the best of this civilization performing not in cricket alone, but in the management of the affairs of our region, in the creation of other teams. Can you imagine if we had a West Indies football team instead of each of us trying to go into World Cup football as individual territories? And that is the genius of what you have here as a legacy. So that we have come to Port of Spain to defend that legacy and to build upon it and to nurture a DNA of excellence, to create global citizens with Caribbean roots, and to celebrate the Caribbean civilization. And just as Sir Wesley, in that quotation from the President, reflected that failure is not a cataclysmic event but a series of mistakes, success is a habit. And we must now give our cricketers all that they need in terms of the ecosystem, from business to the physical infrastructure, to the mental support and coaching, to the life skills. We take people and we don't necessarily appreciate that if we don't invest in their personal development, we cannot invest then in the collective outcome of success. And I hope, therefore, that as we speak here, Keith, and forgive me, but I hope that as we speak here, we will Because when we met in this same building a year ago to be able to deal with how we confront crime in this region, we understood that if we don't give our young people purpose and give them opportunity, then they will find themselves on a path that does not bring joy to all of us. So I hope that this next day and a half will allow us frank conversation, but will also allow us to make concrete decisions from wherever we sit, as administrators of cricket, as legends of cricket, as players of cricket, as governments, as private sector, from wherever we sit, because it is only in the collective agreement to a common purpose that we can ensure that that brand which has taken a little beating can continue to be there for generations of Caribbean people. I wish us a successful meeting, but more importantly, I wish us that we can create a spirit that will allow our current team as we go into this World Cup to not only allow us to be reflecting on 1975 and 1979 and the glory days of Sir Clive and all of you. And Sir Clive, we commend you for being and receiving the Order of the Caribbean Community again. But it will allow us to be able to recognize that the institution in which we have invested so much is capable still of bringing us great glory and passion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Motley. Thank you all. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now receive remarks online from Guyana, and we look forward to the contribution this morning from His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Your Excellency, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much. First of all, allow me to congratulate Prime Minister Keith Rowley for convening this very important symposium. I was making all arrangements to be in Trinidad and Tobago, but there are some urgent matters beyond the boundary that I'm attending to. But I want to say that today is an important day for us as a region, because cricket is not only played on the field in this region. Cricket is played in the hearts of our people. It is played to encourage positive living. And we have to look at the entire cricketing ecosystem if we are to address the issues of cricket in the region. Cricket is linked directly to our economies, linked to our tourism product, and we have to honestly analyze whether we have redefined our brand to incorporate all the factors that cricket is linked to in this region. I have spent some time developing a comprehensive presentation that I'm going to ask my brother Keith, and if he denied the request, I'll ask my sister Mia Motley to ensure that the presentation is looked at. In that presentation, I sought to look at some threats, opportunities, and for us to redefine the ecosystem of Cricket West Indies. There are some important questions that we must answer, and we have to appreciate that cricket is no longer what it used to be. It is being heavily commercialized. It is moving towards the football model of franchising. And we have to match the dynamics of the changing market to our brand and safeguarding the fundamentals of what cricket mean to us as a region. So we have to redefine this brand and ask some very key questions. What are we known for? What is our brand? How do we recreate ourselves? Who owns the brand? In redefining the brand, we have to work on how we're going to protect the brand, expand the brand, position the brand, and create global ownership. I think these are fundamental questions that we will have to answer. And this conference, I think this symposium, gives us an opportunity to discuss what the brand should look like, who should promote the brand. We have some low-hanging fruits in our legends, and how this brand should be positioned. I believe that we must, the truth be told, the system of cricket, the global system of cricket, conspired against us in their rules and regulations. We were known for fearsome fast bowling, real fast bowling, and then the system was changed. The rules were changed to deny us of this brand of our cricket. And we allowed the rule to change without much protest. We, in this region, brings excitement with our fast bowling, our attacking stroke play. We don't need to change this. We need to master this. We need to grow this. We need to expand this as our brand. And then beyond the boundary, there are some important things that we have to look at. Our vibes, our culture, our entertainment, our food, our tourism, our markets, our merchandising, integrating other sports with cricket, the societal integration, positive living, community orientation. All of these are factors beyond the boundary that must be integrated into this cricketing plan that we must develop. When you look at West Indies fans and West Indies cricketing environment in the stands, you must not see tea drinking and lap clapping. You must see a different vibe, a different energy, a different style, a different party, a different mood. That is what is going to define a different position of the product we will offer. Because cricket is also a product. How do we build this product? How do we showcase in our stands and in our stadium the sun, sand, and sea, the ecotourism? How do we build that into the facility? How do we create smart stadiums? We have to also look at the stadiums we have and whether it is attractive enough to give the personalized experience that fans want globally now from sporting events. And then we have the threats. We cannot leave this conference without discussing the threats. The threats with the growing North American cricket that can bring in a lot more fans, a lot more revenue. I believe that we need to examine whether we need to move West Indies Cricket Board, West Indies Cricket from West Indies Cricket Board to the American Cricket Board. Because we have to now work towards owning cricket in the Americas. And how do we develop a strategy where West Indies cricket become the owner of cricket within the Americas? These are things that I think we have to address. I think CPL is an opportunity. We have to work to see how we can expand and build on this opportunity to lead us into the best form of franchise cricketing. In Guyana, we are working with the West Indies Cricket Board and CPL and the ICC to launch a new product for the region that will position the region in the global market. And that is the World Premier League. That will replace, we're hoping can replace what used to be the Champions League. And that league would have had the best sides coming together to play for, to recognize the best franchise team. So I won't bore you much longer. But I believe that the entire ecosystem of cricket, we have to address the different aspects of the problem we face. We are losing fans, the loss of ownership, lack of talent, lack of responsibility, and reduced fan base. These are things that are real. These are things that are real, and it requires institutional rearrangement, governance rearrangement, and we have to look at as to whether we need a common legislation across the board in all the countries in the way in which we look at cricket and cricket is governed. So I will just stop here and ask that at some appropriate point, the presentation that was prepared can be shared with all the stakeholders. I want to thank again Prime Minister Rowley for this enormous effort in bringing together this significant group for what is an important part of our national and regional life. Thank you very much, and I wish the conference all the best.
And thank you very much, Your Excellency, Chair of CARICOM, and of course, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this crystallizes and brings to the culmination our brief opening ceremony for today's symposium and looking at strategic collaboration and innovation as it relates to CARICOM regional cricket. We will take a 10-minute break at this time. Once we return to the room, we will have the perspective on West Indies cricket with virtual views. We will also have a glimpse into Cricket West Indies strategic plan with a presentation and an assessment with a panel on the state of West Indies cricket. We take a brief moment for 10 minutes, and we'll see you on the other side of our break. Thank you.
Line and Length, the #1 cricket program in the West Indies, is on TTT. Line and Length brings you up-to-date interviews, analysis, and highlights on the game in the region and internationally. Plus, there's an added bonus to receive a gift of gear each month with our grassroots program. Go to lineandlength.net to learn more. Line and Length in association with Massey United Insurance on TTT.
Making its Olympic debut at Tokyo 2020, the bright colours and dynamic flair of BMX freestyle made it one of the highlights of the Games. Athletes complete 2 one-minute runs over a series of ramps and obstacles spread through a course roughly 30 metres by 50. Judges score riders from 0 to 100 with a final total an average of the 2 runs. 5 judges scrutinise riders against a range of criteria, including height, style, variety, originality and difficulty. And in 2024, all these tricks will be launched against the stunning backdrop of Paris city centre, with the sport located in La Concorde Urban Park.
It's an event that comes but every 4 years, where the best in the world compete not just for gold or glory, but for country. For 2 weeks, they gather in one location. On show, not just athleticism, but commitment, teamwork, respect, patriotism, sacrifice. The world's most elite athletes put it all on the line. We share their joy in victory, as well as their sorrow in defeat. But through it all, we live their dreams and honor their passion. In a city built on love and romance, hearts will be broken. The 2024 Olympic Games from Paris. Catch all the action live on TTT.
TTT News, online and fully interactive. Follow us on social media at TTT Live Online.
It's an event that comes but every 4 years, where the best in the world compete not just for gold or glory, but for country. For 2 weeks, they gather in one location. On show, not just athleticism, but commitment, teamwork, respect, patriotism, sacrifice. The world's most elite athletes put it all on the line. We share their joy in victory, as well as their sorrow in defeat. But through it all, we live their dreams and honor their passion. In a city built on love and romance, hearts will be broken. The 2024 Olympic Games from Paris. Catch all the action live on TTT.
TTT News, delivering more news at more times to more people. TTT News, reporting on the people, events and issues that affect your life. TTT News, online and fully interactive. TTT News, nightly at 6. TTT News, committed, accurate, relevant.
There is no need to suffer. You can come down to the Optimal Life Wellness Center, where it is safe, it is affordable.
You don't have to take my word for it. You can come down to Optimal Life Wellness Center and see for yourself and experience for yourself what I have experienced. The life I now live is a lot healthier and more fulfilling. These products have actually given me a sense of a future, and very, very important.
This is TTT. Live for local.
$50 by 20, $50 by 25.
This is Kyron Pollard. When you play, do it the legal way. Don't bet on illegal gaming.
I bought 5 tickets, and the first one I scratched, I won the Nissan Frontier. The advice I'll give that keep on scratching the big ride tickets, and you never know when your lucky day will come.
Welcome to this morning's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw, supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome to NLTB's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw for Thursday, 25th April 2024. First we draw this morning's Playway number. The winning number, it is 13. Lucky Markets Crapo. That's number 13. And our Mega Mix machine is now loaded with a Mega Bonus Ball in each chamber. And should a Mega Bonus Ball call, you win $36 for every dollar wagered, $80 on the Mega Ball, $100 on the Mega Ultra Ball, $125 on the Mega Extreme Ball. And now for our Mega Mix selection. And players play with mark number 13, Crapo, was called along with all white balls. Keep on playing. You've won the base payout of $26 for every $1 played, and you can win more when the Mega Bonus Ball calls. And now we draw this morning's Pick 2 numbers. first pick to number, it is 12. Number again, 12. Now for the second pick to number. And the second pick to number, it is 7. Our pick to numbers 12 and 7 in that order. And our pick to mega machine has been loaded with the 2 white balls and the mega ball. Remember, if the white ball calls, there'll be no extra payout. However, when the pick to mega ball calls, if players paid an extra $5 minimum on the mega ball, not only will they win the base payout, but an additional mega payout. And players picked to numbers 12 and 7 have called in that order with a white ball. Keep on playing. Remember, you can win more when the mega ball calls. And now for this morning's pick 4 numbers. First number, it is 7. Second one. Third is 0. And the fourth number, it is 2. This morning's winning pick 4 numbers 7, 1, 0, and 2 in that order. Congratulations to our winners. And no one chose Wednesday's winning Lotto Plus numbers, so the jackpot has rolled. Saturday's Lotto Plus jackpot estimated $3,200,000. Remember to get your ticket to the next level. Make sure to play today. And in some cashbot news, 3 lucky players chose yesterday's 5 winning cashbot numbers. Each won $53,793. Congratulations to those fortunate cashbot winners. You can shine bright with our Scratch Gem 8 crew. Over $19 million in cash to be won. Scratch and win plenty cash. Thank you for joining us. Do so again at 1 o'clock this afternoon for another Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4.
Hi, I'm Penny Gomez, and welcome to Pop, Penny on Point, with profiles on persons of interest. Marge Blackman, I feel so honored to be in your presence.
I'm honored to be here.
And I feel as if in the presence of royalty, local, cultural royalty. And I want to start off by just paying homage to your father.
The man is fantastic. So once we have his genes, we just have to be who we are. To me, I see each and every one as their own individual versions of him.
And when I think about the Blackman family, the closest thing for me, I can think of the Marleys.
Right.
I'm always akin to that. And they do that kind of folksy kind of music.
We can always be a family together. We could always climb the mountain tops together.
We begin with Sir Andy Roberts, better known as the Hitman, considered the father of modern West Indies fast bowling. Sir Andy was the first to play Test cricket for the West Indies and was inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame in 2009. The former Great Pakistan captain and all-rounder Imran Khan described a ball bowled to him by Sir Andy as the fastest and most terrifying he had ever faced. Sir Andy Roberts has also served as West Indies Cricket Board selector in 2009, and of course, after his playing days, contributed to West Indies cricket as an administrator, overseeing the preparation of the pitches at the Antigua Recreation Ground, where Brian Lara twice broke the world record for the highest Test scores. It's important for us to hear and receive the perspectives coming from those who we will consider West Indies cricket greats. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen in now to Sir Andy Roberts.
I would like to send my regrets to Dr. Rowley and all those who are present at this symposium. I'm very sorry I won't be able to be there in person, and some of the things that I would like to say, I would like to say them in front of everybody instead of in front of a camera. You all know that sometimes tend to be a little controversial, but people must look at some controversial things and read from what the individual is saying. Well, I feel it's about 25, 30 years late. These things should have happened over the years. I think that West Indies Cricket Board has allowed a generation of great players, from the 70s up to the early 90s, 2000s, to go by without having consultation between the former players and the current players. I think we made a lot of mistakes over the years. So I hope that this is something that we can move forward with. Younger players need to know what drive the great players of the past. And we have had great players, but we never made use of the great players. I hope this is a way forward, and with Dr. Rowley's intervention, that he could drive the way to younger prime ministers around the region to make sure that West Indies cricket never fall to the depth that it has gone the last few years. Well, I hope they have a number of current and future players at this consultation, because the messages must move forward. A cricket committee should consist of cricketers. You have the administrators, yes, but the cricketers must be the ones who lead the cricket committee. And that is what I want to come out of this meeting. There are things that they must learn, and there are things that they must adhere to. And this is not a one-man band. Cricket is not a one-man game. It's a team sport. So if you go to a consultation, you must benefit from the consultation. Over the years, West Indies cricket has been one of the, along with the university, the only thing that keep West Indians together. We have gone away from that the last 20, 25, 30 years. It's time for us to get back into West Indies cricket, and not Antigua cricket, Jamaica cricket, Barbados cricket, West Indies cricket. We need to learn from each country. Each country has a different formula for success, but I don't think West Indies cricket has a formula for success over the years. I see no reason why we cannot go back. We need to learn from West Indies cricket of the past, find out what these players did in the past that made them so great. And they played as a unit. Nobody knew who was from Barbados, who was from Trinidad. All they say West Indies. And that's what the song says, rally around the West Indies. So let's hope that we can go back to rallying around West Indies again. West Indies cricket started from 1928. So we have a lot of history to go back and revisit. And I think, in talking to Dr. Rowley, I think he has a passion to try to drive CARICOM, to make West Indies cricket a success in the future. We need to get cricket back into the schools. That's where it all started, and that's where we should go back to. Thank you for having me virtually. I'm sorry that I could not be, in Trinidad for the symposium, but at least Dr. Rowley saw it fit to get some advice. I don't know whether they would accept some of my advice, yes or no, but I think that if you love West Indies cricket, you've got to listen to every stakeholder in West Indies cricket. The players, the media, the pundits, the critics, and everybody. That's the only way that West Indies cricket is going to raise its head again. Everybody have advice. You don't listen to all the advice, but you take hint from some of the advice. Thank you for having me, and I hope I make some sense. And you know, from this symposium, they can try to see what they can gather from what we have to say.
Thank you, Sir Andy Roberts. You made a lot of sense. Thank you. We move now to Sir Vivian Alexander Isaac Richards, an Antiguan retired cricketer who represented the West Indies between 1974 and 1991. Batting generally at number 3 in a dominant West Indies side, Richards is widely regarded as one of the greatest batsmen of all time. He was part of the West Indies team that won the World Cup in 1975 and 1979. He was knighted for his contribution to cricket in 1999, and in 2000, he was voted one of Wisden's 5 cricketers of the century by a 100-member panel of cricket experts. In October of 2013, Wisden selected the best team across 150 years of Test history and slotted Sir Viv at number 3. He was only one of 2 batsmen of the post-war era, alongside Sachin Tendulkar, who to feature in that team, a remarkable achievement indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I present another legend to share his perspective on West Indies cricket, Sir Vivian Richards.
This is a great opportunity for me to send kudos to Dr. Creet Rowley, President of the West Indies Cricket Board, Kishore Shallow, for bringing together the minds, in my opinion, which can help to improve the product, a great product which we have here in the region, which we all know and call West Indies cricket. It is a legacy, in my opinion, where that's concerned, and to gather the minds and to have each and every one at this particular symposium to try and see what can be best to help in the improvement of a product which we so dearly enjoy and love and appreciate. To all the delegates and all who will be present, let me wish you the best and hope that we may find some little inroads to what can be the best moving forward for the game that we all appreciate and love, and for the fans themselves, that they may see at some point in the future why we love West Indies cricket. The last time that I would have had a chat with Dr. Keith Rowley, is an individual that whenever the opportunity we'd have a game of golf here and there. He is always very passionate about things that can be of improvement to West Indies cricket and where we need to go as a cricketing nation. This whole gathering of the minds, obviously with the president of the West Indies Cricket Board, Mr. Kishore Shallow as well, and all the other delegates who, I know for sure, some individuals who would be present and maybe doing their stuff virtually as well. Let me say a big hello to you all and hope that we may find some ways, as I said earlier, for us to get some satisfaction on a product which we appreciate so much. We may find a solution. What I know for sure, whenever I would have met with Dr. Creet Rowley, the things that he spoke about, and I know for sure he'll be bringing them to some of the stuff to the table. He certainly for sure is one, in my opinion, who would have had a better understanding of West Indies cricket than most of the leaders in the region. I know for sure also that Dr. Keith Mitchell, he is also a great fan of West Indies cricket and have always shown his concern on the things that maybe can be improved in future. So I know for sure that this whole symposium, in my mind, is in good hands with people who will be able to bring something that is solid and positive to help in the improvement of West Indies cricket. We know that there's also a lot of competition with a lot of the T20 tournaments that's played around the world. How we can entice our players to stay at home a bit more, things that are of interest to them as well, things that could help them not to partake in some of the tournaments around the world, but show a little bit more interest in what's happening in their backyard. And I know for sure that's going to take a partnership. And I'm certain that this symposium would be able to bring discussions like that out. There are people who honestly care about West Indies cricket and where they would like to see it in the future. And I think that when you have meetings like this, symposium on a whole, it does give you, it does bring discussions out. And as I said earlier, I'm just hoping that we can find the solutions, be honest about things that is seriously affecting West Indies cricket and how we can move forward. How West Indies cricket, in my opinion, have always been the stable force on how we think and the way we move as West Indian people. I remember, if I can maybe turn back the clock, that during our playing days when we had success, it's amazing, the region was a much happier region. And I know for sure that sports can play a huge part in the development of countries and islands. And we've got to find some solutions. I believe we touch on the points that's really affected where we can go and where we cannot. What I know is that the discussions that I would most certainly would have had with Dr. Keith Rowley, I know for sure he will bring in purposeful discussions to this particular symposium. He's going to try and get to a point where we can see some changes in the future. And I'm hoping that this meeting, with all the luck in the world and everything that it needs for this to happen, thank you so much.
Thank you to Sir Vivian Richards. Michael Anthony Holding is a former Jamaican and West Indies cricketer, widely regarded as one of the greatest fast bowlers in cricket history. He was nicknamed Whispering Death due to his silent, light-footed run-up to the bowling crease. Michael Holding was a key member of the West Indies team that won the 1979 Cricket World Cup, capturing the most wickets for his team during that tournament. Earlier in his Test career, in fact in 1976, Holding broke the record for the best bowling figures in a Test match by a West Indies bowler, with 14 wickets for 149 runs during a record that still stands today. Michael Holding played 6-day Test matches, 102 one-day internationals for the West Indies, and during his career he took 249 Test wickets and 142 ODI wickets. He's also written 2 autobiographies, the first of which, Whispering Death, was published in 1988 before he retired, and the second, No Holding Back, in 2010. After his playing days, Michael Holding started a career in cricket commentary, which spanned for some 34 years before he retired from commentating in 2022. He is joining us virtually this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, a great West Indian legend, Mr. Michael Holding. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much. And as protocols have already been observed, I'd just like to say good morning to everyone that is attending at the Hyatt this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me if I seem to be rambling a little bit at times because I haven't got anything written down. I have a few notes in front of me, yes, but I haven't got a written speech. And there are a few things that I want to touch on. I don't want to take too long because I know time is of the essence. But a couple of things I think are very important when we look at West Indies cricket and where we want, how we're going to go forward. Dr. Kishore, president of the board, made mention of something that I wrote in one of my books that talk about the incompetence of the board. Yes, I still agree with that sentiment, but at the same time, I don't want to blame the board for everything that is going on and that has happened with West Indies cricket. We have a former prime minister in Jamaica that said something way back in the 80s. I must say that I was not a fan of the gentleman, but it stood with me, and I still remember what he said, that it takes cash to care. That's a very profound statement that has echoed throughout the world with different aspects of life. And what we need to recognize in the Caribbean, that we need cash to care. We are cursing cricketers at the moment for not making themselves available to the West Indies Cricket Board to play in a lot of our tournaments and a lot of our series around the world. But we have to recognize that cricket today, perhaps not 50, 60 years ago, but it is a career and a living today. And cricketers, sports people in general, do not have a long time at their sport or their professions in whatever sport they are taking part in. So they have got to maximize their earnings. While they are playing this sport, they're not going to university, they're not learning a trade, they are just playing this sport and working hard at this sport. And at the end of them playing this sport, they can't now start a new career. So they have got to maximize their earnings and make sure that they are fairly comfortable, or as comfortable as they possibly can be when their career ends. So I'm not going to blame cricketers for running away to be playing in these multi-million-dollar 2020 leagues around the world. Everybody knows I'm not a fan of 2020, but I cannot blame cricketers for wanting to maximize their earnings. I want people to remember, in our glory days, yes, we keep on talking about our team of 70s and 80s, and I'm not going to be calling names. We all know who they were. A couple of them spoke already. Some of them are in attendance in the auditorium. A lot of us went down and played CARICOM cricket. Why? Because CARICOM was paying a lot of money those days. When I was told how much money I was getting, I thought it was madness. There's no way they're going to be playing cricket at that sort of money. Compared to what is happening today, it's peanuts. But those days, it was a lot of money. And we went. And people understood at the time. We weren't away for a long time, a couple of years, and we were back in the fold of West Indies cricket. But people understood at the time exactly what was happening. So we need to understand today what is happening with our youngsters in our cricket when they run after playing these 2020 tournaments and sometimes are not available for West Indies cricket. We have players in the region. We have not run out of talent in the region. I hear people overseas. I used to do a lot of work overseas. You hear people in the overseas, West Indies no longer have any talent. They no longer have people that will become great cricketers. That is obviously not true. Look at the 2020 tournaments around the world, how many West Indians are playing in them and doing well. Look at the IPL in particular, one of the biggest tournaments, or the biggest tournament in the world of that caliber of cricket anyway. How many West Indians are there and doing well? So we have the talent. It is upon us now to make sure we can keep that talent. Or if we can't keep them, at least get them to be playing the majority of our cricket. And how do we do that? Again, I go back, it takes cash to care. We have to make sure that the ICC understand that the way that they're sharing the pot, all this money that the ICC is making from their regional tournaments around the world, the way that money is being shared is not sustainable to the younger, not younger in terms of years, but younger in terms of population. As the Prime Minister Rowley said, we have a very small population. And of course, younger in terms of money available to that small population. We cannot be getting 1/5 of what one of the richest nations in the world is getting. That doesn't make sense. And we have got to be able to sit down with the ICC and reason with them as to how we can share more in that pot. Let's get to the incompetence now of the board. As I said, I'm not going to shy away from that. I believe that they can do a much better job. They too have to go about seeking sponsors. Now, how do you seek sponsors? You have got to have a product on the field. And if you can get the players to play, that product will improve. That sponsors will be attracted, but at the same time, those sponsors need to be assured that they are getting involved in something that they can be happy and proud of their products being associated with. Now, the West Indies Cricket Board, people keep on referring to it as Cricket West Indies. I, old school, so I say the West Indies Cricket Board needs to make sure that the world, the sponsors, everyone, the players have faith in what they are doing. They have got to have faith in the people that are running the game. They have got to have faith that whatever is happening at board level is transparent and everyone can see that everything is going in the right direction. I'll make a few state a few examples here that I'm talking about. Cash is important. We cannot waste the money that we are getting, the small bits of money that we are getting now. We want to attract more sponsors, yes. But the bit of money that we have at the moment, we cannot waste it. And I'm sorry to have to touch on this, but what is happening within the West Indies Cricket Board and with some of the regional boards just cannot work as far as transparency is concerned. I was fortunate, or some people might say unfortunate, to set eyes on one of the most recent audits that was done of the West Indies Cricket Board. And when I read that report, I can't say I was shocked because I heard so many stories, but I was depressed. When I read that report and I saw instances of what some may say are indiscretions, some may go beyond that and say questionable financial transactions, some may go, and it was stated in the report, about alleged fraud. It is evident from the report that things took place that should not have taken place. But what has been done? What did anyone who came in and saw it do? Nothing. Just recently, I saw a report about something happening in the Trinidad and Tobago board. Somebody went in, saw discrepancies, and reported it, and that person was sidelined. Come on, folks. We have to face things like that and do the right thing. People will say, oh, you don't want to wash your dirty laundry in the public. You don't have to wash your dirty laundry in the public if there's no dirty laundry. You have got to make examples of people and things that happen so to make sure that things don't continue. And unless we are able to do that, it will not change. We're just moving from one administration to another under the same system, the same lack of transparency. The same things keep on happening over and over. And someone said, some genius said many years ago, if you keep on doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a different result, it's a sign of madness. What we are doing in the Caribbean is madness. We need to clean up our act. And on the topic of the West Indies Cricket Board and incompetence, let me give you a story. I won't take long. I was involved with one of the sponsors, an old sponsor of West Indies Cricket Board, Diageo. And they did this campaign. Sir Viv and myself were involved. We did this campaign about walking to the ground because Johnny Walker whiskey was one of the products. And walking to the cricket grounds. I did this walk in Trinidad with Sir Viv and we got to the ground. We did the promotion in the morning. And I am driving back to the hotel in the bus with the Diageo folks. And a gentleman by the name of Richard, an English gentleman who was the liaison officer between Diageo and the West Indies Cricket Board, came to me at the back of the bus. I was sitting at the back of the bus on my own. Came to me at the back of the bus and showed me an accreditation printed for one of the gentlemen from Diageo. Printed and given to him by someone from the West Indies Cricket Board. Now we're talking about Johnny Walker. And Johnny Walker was spelled Johnnny. Come on, folks. You have a sponsor putting thousands and thousands of dollars into your product, and you cannot even spell the sponsor's name correctly. I'm getting emotional about this thing. It hurts me. We need to look after the sponsors because they are the ones who bring their money. We need to make sure that they are happy and confident that their funds are being spent correctly, that someone isn't siphoning it off, as we have seen. And that way we have a better chance of looking after our cricketers. If there is no cricket on the ground, all this love that Jack Callis and people around the world have for West Indies cricket, it will not last unless we are producing on the cricket field. No one is going to love West Indies cricket for the name West Indies cricket. They loved West Indies cricket for what we produced. Going back to Sir Larry Constantine, right through the doubles and Sir Vivian current cricketers. That is what they loved. Not just the name West Indies cricket. So if we cannot produce on the field, we will soon die. Unless everybody's going to be happy with just having 2020 cricket and there's no true West Indies test cricket and all that. If that is the way everyone is happy with, so be it. But I'm too old for that. I'm 70 years old. I can't adjust to that. So folks, as I said, I'm not going to take too long. I also want to express my feelings about what's happening and what I think has to happen in regards to the West Indies Cricket Board and our players. Our players matter. And do not be upset with them trying to look after their future. This is not the first time I've been involved in a conference like this about West Indies cricket. Dr. Keith Mitchell knows that I was invited to one when he was chairman before, and I attended virtually again, and I asked the question at the beginning, and I'll ask it again now. Prime Minister Mia made mention of having concrete recommendations at the end of this, and I said to Dr. Mitchell at the time, what power has this committee got over the board to make sure that the recommendations are implemented? I did not get a really solid answer. I'm hoping that this time around, whatever concrete recommendations are made, that we have some way of making sure the board implements them. I've heard about the PJ Patterson report, the Don Webber report, the Charles Wilkin report, and the board will keep on saying, oh, we have implemented a lot of them. But a lot of them don't mean that they have implemented all and the right ones. When I speak, sometimes I like to make analogies. And the analogy I'll make in that regard is like having a wedding. And you arrange everything, you know, all the tables, whatever, the flowers, the bride and groom are well dressed and whatever. You have the people with the rings. But then you don't bother with a pastor. That is what the West Indies Cricket Board is doing. They are implementing things that suit the individual directors, but not implementing the most important things. And one of those important things is governance, the governance structure. I hear Dr. Shadow say that he tried to impress upon this current board of directors the importance of restructuring, and he got nowhere. Well, we have got to bring pressure to bear. If Dr. Shallow, the president, can't do it, and I know other presidents before have tried, if they can't do it, we have got to bring outside pressure. And the prime ministers of this region have got to understand that they can use their pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the few minutes. And I can only wish everyone the best of luck with this conference and that we can get some recommendations and, of course, that the recommendations will be implemented. Thank you very much.
Down to the boundary for 4, Michael Holding. Thank you for your contribution this morning and for joining us live for this contribution. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, in this segment, Kieran Pollard is a former Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies white ball format cricket captain. He's widely regarded as a limited overs specialist through his canvassing in T20 leagues franchise cricket around the world. Kieran has represented the West Indies in 123 one-day internationals and 101 T20 games. He has represented various franchise teams in T20, T10 leagues during his career, the most notable being with the Mumbai Indians franchise in the India Premier League from 2010 to present, and from 2010 to 2022 as a big-name player, and from 2023 to present as the Mumbai Indians batting coach. Polly, as he's affectionately called in the cricketing world, has also represented the Barbados Tridents, the St. Lucia Zooks, and now the Trinbago Knight Riders in the Caribbean Premier League CPL. He has played a total of 660 T20 games around the globe and continues to be a force to be reckoned with as a big-hitting batsman. Ladies and gentlemen, the contribution now from cricket legend Kieran Pollard.
Good day to you all. I'm Kieran Pollard. Firstly, let me apologize for my absence. Normally, I would have welcomed the opportunity to be with you in person, because the very fact that all of you are together in Trinidad shows the level of support and desire for West Indies cricket to be as strong and dominant as it can be. As a former West Indies captain and current franchise cricketer around the world, I feel I'm in the eye of the storm with respect to the rapid change to the game of cricket as you know it. By that, I mean I can see there are a lot of different stakeholders around the world and many different agendas and priorities. The challenge for us is to understand the relevance of the different formats and where we fit in within the global cricket landscape from an international, franchise and domestic cricket perspective. We know that for a strong West Indies team to excel and be dominant on the world stage, we need opportunities for young players. We need a strong domestic structure, and we need the necessary skills, expertise and guidance around these players and also the coaches as they develop. Understandably, the ICC, in conjunction with all cricketing governing bodies around the world, will dictate our schedule in the short and medium term. But there has never been more exciting time to be a cricketer, male or female, in my opinion. How we capitalize on this tremendous growth and the upward trajectory and to ensure West Indies dominance as well as the relevance around the world is the very reason you all are together. Cricket is just not about watching West Indies. It puts us on the map. It impacts businesses and economies, and it generates a feel-good factor. Cricket unites us. It has always done and will continue to do so. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from legends of cricket across the Caribbean, and their contributions, whether virtual and those that were recorded. We thank each of them for their contributions thus far. More to come, but we'll spare those for a bit later on in our program. We now move to the Cricket West Indies Strategic Plan presentation. I invite to deliver the presentation the Business Planning Manager of Cricket West Indies. Would you please welcome Mr. Linford Inverary.
All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an absolute pleasure to be here before you. This is a very unique and welcomed opportunity for us at Cricket West Indies to share our plans over the next 4 years. So if you didn't just indulge with me for a few minutes to go into our strategic plan, which is titled The Long Run, which is a strategic plan for elevating West Indies cricket. Earlier in today's presentations, the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, the Honorable Prime Minister, Mia Motley, as well as my President, Dr. Kishore Shallow, would have spoken about the unifying power of West Indies cricket. We saw a very emotional and very moving presentation from the legendary Michael Holding. I think at this point in time, if anyone was to doubt the unifying power of West Indies cricket, they need to do nothing more than look around this room where prime ministers, ministers of government, top executives, all types of important stakeholders, including our legends, have taken the time for 2 days to be here to discuss this beautiful, powerful thing that is West Indies cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a round of applause. So in terms of our strategic plan, the meat of the matter, some people may ask, why the long run? When you hear the term the long run, some of the things that come to mind are long-term. Expressions like Rome wasn't built in a day. You think about sustainability. At the same time, it has a dual meaning. For the cricket connoisseurs, you would know that when a fast bowler is on their long run-up, in that moment, they're putting all of their energy, all of their focus and dedication into achieving that goal in the moment, that prized wicket. Similarly, we're in this long run umbrella, we're expressing our enduring commitment. We're showing that we have a strategic vision. We're also acknowledging the fact that our actions must be purposeful and that we should have clear goals for the future. At the same time, we acknowledge the fact that we need to take calculated steps if we are going to be successful for the future. So that is why the long run is being used as the theme of our strategic plan. These are just some of the comments. We had several engagements with a lot of our stakeholders, and these are just some of the comments that they have expressed in terms of their interpretation of the long run. I also want to pause at this moment too to say that the ethos of our strategic planning process has been one of inclusivity, one of innovation, and also one of flexibility. Innovation because we acknowledge the fact that the problems that we face they require so much out-of-the-box thinking that if we were to do the same things over and over, we won't achieve the results that we want. In terms of flexibility, COVID has taught us that, and taught each and every one of us that you can make your plans, but unless you're agile enough and flexible enough to adapt, then you're basically stuck out there, out in water. In terms of our purpose, and I have to recognize my CEO, Mr. Johnny Grave, in terms of our purpose. He has been a strong advocate for making sure that Cricket West Indies and West Indies cricket, for as important as it is, we saw tears from the great man, Mr. Michael Holding. That is symbolic of exactly what West Indies cricket means to people. And we need to capture the type of importance that West Indies cricket represents. So in doing so, the purpose we've come up with is to inspire, empower, and unite the people of West Indies, of the West Indies, through cricket. That is a purpose that is going to resonate with millions of people around the world and also convey the importance of Cricket West Indies and, more importantly, West Indies cricket. Our vision, an ambitious one, but one that is achievable. To be a leader in international sport, inspiring generations of West Indians through winning teams. I spoke about being inclusive. Throughout this strategic planning process, we have engaged umpires, we've engaged our players, our head coaches, our staff, our directors, groundsmen, and groundswomen as well. In a consultation with the head coach, the red ball head coach, Mr. Andrew Coley, who was sitting right there, he said, Linford, we have to make sure that we include the word winning, because at the end of the day, winning is what we want to do. Our mission, to grow, promote, and guide the development of cricket in the West Indies, in communities of the West Indies. In terms of our core values often sometimes get diminished to just being words on a wall. In this strategic plan, our core values are extremely important pillars. They're going to be our North Star, which we look to every time we need to guide the direction of what we need to do in the organization. So core values are not simply just words on a wall. We're going to embrace the core values to ensure that we get to achieve every single thing in this plan, inspire our people, motivate our people, as well as direct our efforts towards that purpose, that vision, and that mission that I would have spoken to earlier. In terms of the core values, I'll quickly talk through them. In terms of accountability, I believe that there's been a sense from the public that they would like Cricket West Indies to be more accountable and more transparent. That is why we welcome the opportunity to come in here today and share our strategic plan with the stakeholders. In terms of excellence, I don't need to say much about that. In terms of our on and off the field, we want to be excellent and to be world class. I want to draw your attention to the word innovation. The feeling is that when you have a lot of problems and you don't have a lot of money, Mr. Holding, I keep referring to his very moving speech. He said you need cash to care. When you don't have cash, you need to be innovative. When you have a lot of cash, you have a lot of problems, you throw the cash at the problems, and, job done. In terms of integrity, the straightforward one, and respect. I want to draw the attention to the core value of unity, embracing the idea that it takes a village. Many different stakeholders in this room today, with the responsibility on all of us to come together, to unite, in order to fix the challenges that face West Indies cricket, because it's all about teamwork. In terms of our strategic framework, the last strategic plan that we had, we realized that the areas where we saw the most progress, areas like the CCG, areas like coaching education, our digital growth over the years, those are the areas that we invested in human resources, financial resources, as well as IT. So what we're doing is we're learning from that, and we're going to make sure that every single strategic pillar in this plan has the human resources, financial resources in terms of budgets, and the information technology to support it, acknowledging that technology is an enabler of the strategic plan. The meat of the matter now, our 6 strategic pillars. Much has been said about governance. We at Cricket West Indies, we acknowledge that we need to improve and evolve the organization from a governance perspective. That is why it is intentional here that governance is at the bottom of this pyramid as a foundation, the bedrock of what we want to achieve strategically. Linked to that is our finance and funds. We want to make sure that our funds are engaged, that we have the type of commercial and financial sustainability. The issue of money comes up again. We need that in order to fuel our cricket system, which is rightly placed at the top. And that pillar is broken down into elite and high performance, cricket development and participation, acknowledging that they are competing sports, acknowledging that we need to get more people involved in the game of cricket. Thirdly, in the cricket umbrella is facilities and infrastructure. We need to have world-class pitches, world-class facilities that our athletes have access to on a consistent basis throughout the region if we are to be successful. I'll just talk quickly over some of the strategic pillars here in terms of the aim for the elite and high performance pillar. We want to establish a high performance system which takes an integrated and systematic approach designed to optimize the development and performances of all cricketers throughout the system. And that goes for female cricketers as well as male cricketers, all cricketers throughout the system. We've identified some objectives in terms of performance enhancement, planning and preparation, training and development, as well as communication. Some of the key results that we want to see from the elite and high performance pillar, of course, is winning ICC tournaments, moving up the rankings. We want to also develop a West Indies players handbook which would educate our current players about the contributions of the greats that were made, that put their blood, sweat, and tears into this game that we call cricket. Understanding that history is extremely, extremely important to our success. We also want all of our players to be proud to represent West Indies and choose to represent West Indies at every single opportunity. Moving quickly along to the second pillar, pillar 2, development and participation. How do we get more young people, more persons being interested in cricket, wanting to be involved in cricket? And that's from coaching to parents to teachers, PE teachers, etc. How do we come up with strategies that are diverse, that are multidimensional, that draw people in different ways? In terms of some of the objectives for that, schools and community engagement, a big focus on the community, acknowledging that the community is pivotal in terms of this pillar. Resources and partnership, we can't make that point enough, that it takes a village. We need to partner with Corporate Caribbean. We need to partner with governments. We need to partner with our former players, partner with everyone to make sure that we can achieve the type of results that we want. In terms of the key results, we want to launch the West Indies Foundation, which will be a separate entity which is going to be tasked with raising revenue specifically for the development of the game. We expect that if this is to be successful, we have an increased number of quality coaches, an increased number of young people with improved skills progressing through the system, and hopefully they make it up to the West Indies team. Pillar 3, facilities and infrastructure. I've said it before that if we expect world-class performances from our athletes, we need to ensure that we equip them with world-class facilities and infrastructure. Partnerships and funding, you see, is a recurrent theme coming up in my presentation, because we acknowledge how important that point is if we are to achieve the results that we want. An increased level of capital funding, increased level of cricket facilities that meet the minimum standard and are accessible to all players. We're also looking to increase the number of qualified curators and ground staff, and putting a lot of value into groundsmanship and curatorship throughout the region. Commercial and financial sustainability, I think the point is made very clearly here that it takes money, it takes cash to care. So that point is made here too in terms of commercial management and revenue diversification. We need to expand the basket of resources available to Cricket West Indies for the development of the game. Financial management and investment, meaning that we need to be prudent and financially responsible. Operational efficiency and technology, embracing technology again as an enabler for this particular component. The key results, secure a long-term West Indies principal title sponsor. We also want to secure long-term media rights partners in India and in the UK. And we want to establish a separate commercial entity, acknowledging that specialization is the way to achieve the best results in terms of raising revenue. We have grand plans for the CCG, which is going to help us in our pursuit of diversifying that revenue. There are plans for a hotel. There are plans for a remote broadcast center. All of these things will help to diversify our strategy for raising money and ultimately aid in the development of the game. In terms of fan engagement and global visibility, we want to raise the profile of West Indies cricket. We know we have one of the strongest things about West Indies cricket. Prime Minister Rowley would have mentioned it, is our brand. The West Indies brand is an extremely strong brand. How do we leverage that brand globally to ensure that we can extract the highest possible value? In terms of the key results, we want to increase strategic partnerships. I know you're probably tired of hearing the word partnerships, but I'm just going to keep mentioning the word partnerships over and over. We also want to implement innovative fan engagement initiatives, both in stadium and digitally. and establish that production hub that I would have spoken about earlier. Jumping into governance as well, recognizing that a better governed organization, a well-governed organization is more than likely going to attract more sponsors. The public is going to be a lot more comfortable with the information and the plans for an organization that is well governed. So the focus is very much on transparency and accountability, ethical leadership and integrity, risk management and compliance, as well as territorial board collaboration, acknowledging that the territorial boards play a key role in our cricket system. In terms of some of the key results, the implementation of some of the Webber report recommendations, albeit some of the recommendations have been implemented, the point is that we're trying to improve our governance system and implement some more meaningful recommendations. Strategy usually dies at the implementation stage. So I came up here, presented a pretty document, what next? We acknowledge that in order for this strategy to work, we need to identify roles for each of the key internal stakeholders, our board and our management, as well as for our fans and all of our stakeholders. In terms of the other stakeholders that I would have mentioned that play an important role in this, we have players and the management staff, CWI management, CWI board of directors, CWI staff, the territorial boards, as well as regional governments, each of which will play a significant role in the achievement of all these plans that I've spoken about. Our board will have an oversight role in terms of setting and monitoring the overarching strategic direction, the ensuring governance oversight, as well as allocating resources accordingly. The management team will be driven to operationalize the strategic plan to ensure that we report to the board of directors and also report to our fans and our stakeholders on a consistent basis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this opportunity to again say thank you. This is our view of what we need to do in terms of elevating and reinvigorating West Indies cricket. So we believe that if we can have world-class pitches and infrastructure, if we could have more people playing cricket, if we could have a better governed organization, and if we could have our fans feeling engaged with our players and engaged with everything that it is that we're offering from a fan value perspective, we believe that if we can do all of these things over the next 4 years, we are going to have the type of future for West Indies cricket in the short term, the medium term, and in the long run. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed to Mr. Linford, Inverary Business Planning Manager at CWI, for sharing and giving an insight and perspective on the CWI strategic plan. Our second session now, ladies and gentlemen, will address and discuss the state of West Indies cricket. Moderating this segment will be Mr. Jamal Slocum, Communications Consultant. If you could please welcome him on stage. Thank you, Jamal. And we will have joining the panel the Honorable Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Prime Minister, we're ready for you. Dr. Kishore Shallow, President of Cricket West Indies. Sir Clive Lloyd, cricket legend. And businessman of Barbados, Mr. Peter Griffith, OBE. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion is the state of West Indies cricket. I hand you over to Jamal Slocum.
Good morning, everyone. Now they are making restrictions and laws to spoil our beauty. But in the end, we shall prevail. This is not just cricket. This thing goes beyond the boundary. It's up to you and me to make sure that they fail. Soon, we must take a side or be lost in the rubble. In a divided world that don't need islands no more, are doomed forever to be at somebody's mercy. Little keys can open up mighty doors. Rally, rally round the West Indies. The 1987 song penned by, everyone knows, David Rudder. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Prime Minister Montley, Sir Clive Lloyd, Peter Griffith, as well as President Shallow. A famous Barbadian calling program would say, let's get down to brass tacks. Prime Minister Montley, I first want to start with you. We recognize that Michael Holding, the great legend, would have been very emotional in his presentation earlier. I just want to first start by asking, because he mentioned governance, we recognize that the Sir Frank Worrell Lecture, which this year will now be in its centennial celebration, you mentioned that you wanted or you would have expected the Webby report to be adopted in full. Governance. What are your thoughts on Cricket West Indies governance today?
I don't know that we have enough time. And I'm serious. All of these fancy words will mean nothing unless we start to walk the walk. And this meeting is not for us to make each other feel good, but it is to deliver success. And if we're going to deliver success, then we need to address some core realities. You cannot have the blurring that is taking place now with the governance structure. There's too much conflict. There's too much potential for continuing conflict. Secondly, we need to be able to separate the business of cricket from the development of cricket. And I fundamentally believe that we should establish the company that they spoke about. But the difference is that I feel that while West Indies cricket can be a shareholder and have its own separate class of shares, and you can define the rights and obligations there too, and we can get into that, but the West Indian population should also be given a chance to be able to be shareholders in Cricket West Indies and to hold Cricket West Indies accountable with respect to the business of cricket. Thirdly, this is a global sport, and we need to be able to recognize that when we hire the best in the world, we can become the best in the world. I spoke about the use of technology just now because I really believe that the absence of that access to technology has played a debilitating aspect. I just showed Prime Minister Rowley AI-generated summaries of every speech this morning within 2 minutes. Now, how can we be living in a world where AI is dominating and we still don't have the kind of success, the access to technology? So that, as Michael Holden said, it takes cash to care. And the reality is that our record of negotiations on behalf of West Indies cricket has left much to be desired. I want to see the CPL contract, not because I'm an interloper, but because I really believe that a contract that is so unequally yoked ought not to stand for 50 years. That's a half a century. How many cricketers are going to go through that half a century? Secondly, I want to believe that while we talk about negotiating as we should with respect to cricket TV rights and branding rights and merchandising, who's going to do the negotiations to make sure that those mistakes are not made again? Thirdly, with all due respect, Kishore, and you know that I have backed you from day one, but I do not believe that the president of the board has any right interviewing anybody for coaches or anything so, because that's not your role. And I really feel that you stand at a unique opportunity in history where you can lead the way forward that leads to ensuring that we have horses for courses. And in the same thing, that we begin to understand that the small things also matter. If we fire captains without talking to them, and I'm not suggesting you did, if we make agreements with people and don't follow through, all of these things go to leaving a bitter taste in people's mouths and credibility, and become part and parcel of the governance structure that we are battling with. I feel fundamentally that you have a unique opportunity to get the governance right. And that opportunity means, as I told you from March 8th when we spoke that day, having a separate commercial arm, ensuring that the people of the region can participate in that, focusing between yourself and the territorial boards and the governance on the development of cricket at the village level, at the community level, and not just schools, because the importance of cricket in Caribbean society is the mentorship that the older people bring to the young people, and the rites of passage that are needed for our young people to become responsible citizens is lost if you leave only schoolboys to play with schoolboys. The ability for a man to become a father figure or a woman to become a mother figure to another player as a youngster matters, and the mentorship. And then, most importantly of all, where in the governance are we inspiring these cricketers? I once asked some young cricketers about Gary Sobers, and they looked at me like if I was talking gibberish or another language. That cannot be. And if we don't celebrate our own and put our own to be the formal mentors of our young people, then who else will? And so I really feel that these things go to the fundamental governance of the game. I believe that your leadership matters, but your leadership must be allowed to let horses for courses. And if there are cricketers who understand coaching, let them deal with those interviews. If there are people who understand commercial branding, let them deal with that. But you have to lead an organization now that is not into backbiting, that is not into continuous electoral politicking, and that allows the sport to breathe. Thank you.
Thanks, Prime Minister Motley. President Shallow, recognizing Prime Minister Motley's comments, we read recently in the media across the region that there were failed efforts to implement the Webby report, some of the recommendations from the Webby report. One of those recommendations from Senator Don Webby, then Senator Don Webby, was that there should have been term limits on the presidency and some of the other roles. He also mentioned about downsizing the size of Cricket West Indies Board. Can you tell us where are we with governance reform with Cricket West Indies?
Thanks, Jamal. And again, good morning, everyone. The governance is a topical issue, and it has been for some time now. And if you go back, Michael Holden mentioned, you know, we had reports from Charles Wilkins, you know, different, at least 4 or 5 reports suggesting recommendations for Cricket West Indies, or even then West Indies Cricket Board, to improve. There must be a commitment to evolving the organization through governance. Linford mentioned that governance is the foundation of the organization and all those pillars, and as Prime Minister Motley rightly said, you could have the most fancy presentation and words, but if you don't create that solid foundation through governance, we are not going to achieve anything near our potential. And let me say, part of the reason why we are in the current state we are is simply because we haven't adopted most of those recommendations over the years, right? Fast forward, currently, I would say that there is an appetite on the board for governance reform. I would say that certainly there's need for more sensitization, sensitization about governance reform and what it would do for those involved directly at Cricket West Indies level, and also for the stakeholders, right? And by educating or having these conversations like this and other forums, right, getting more training for directors, not only at Cricket West Indies, but across the territorial boards as well, and getting that greater appreciation for the degree or the greater degree of efficacy you could achieve in the organization by strengthening your governance, right? I think once we do all those things, then that is the time we are going to gain most from governance. But there's currently the appetite. Again, the discussion, I mean, great work. I see Derek, His Excellency Derek Murray, who has been on at least 2 of those committees over the years, right? And he's there very disappointed as into, why haven't we adopted some of these recommendations? And in my opinion, they're somewhat elementary, right? And there are others that are low-hanging fruits, as one may say. And there are others that are a bit more complex, that needs more conversation and so on. And I would say that we have to, as a board, commit ourselves again. I trust that coming out of this forum where some of the directors are here this morning and most of the cricket administrators across the region are here present, and be hearing directly from Prime Minister Motley the need for improved governance. And I'm hoping that all these sentiments don't fall on deaf ears, Jamal.
Well, I want to get a little more deeper into the information. What specifically has prohibited us from actually implementing some of those governance reform recommendations? I want to speak specifically to Michael Holding would have mentioned the incompetence of the board. We speak about specialized areas of the board on the actual, those who sit on the board to actually handle specific areas. Prime Minister Motley mentioned here that there's an expectation for those who are skilled in specific areas to actually have oversight, not to be invested in other areas. So again, I just want to ask to be a little more precise. What are those areas, or what is actually holding up the governance reforms, and what are those specific areas that are contentious right now?
I would say, one, ignorance, and that is why I alluded earlier to education and sensitizing the stakeholders who are the policymakers of Cricket West Indies. Insecurity, believing that evolve and improve governance would mean, replacement of some persons or diminishing power of the board, and just resistance to change, right? And that is not a unique situation to Cricket West Indies by any means. We are people who often resist change, but I certainly don't believe that we can't overcome that with more education and more sensitization, of the greater good that could come out of improved governance. And I welcome, a platform like this, where persons like Prime Minister Motley, Prime Minister Rowley, former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell, who will have a say later on, Clive Lloyd, and my colleague here, my comrade here, Peter, to let the people know directly what are the potential gains of embracing governance reform.
So can we see governance reform back on the table in short order then?
It has never been taken off the table, Jamal.
Okay. Thank you for responding more precisely. Mr. Griffith, we know that you're a respected businessman in the Caribbean. Michael Holding, and I just want to premise, because he truly has set the tone for this discussion, this dialogue here. He has mentioned that there are some barriers, particularly not paying close enough attention to sponsorship and the relationship between the CWA and sponsors rather. Can you give us your perspective on what are the challenges beyond just performance of the West Indies cricket team?
Well, I think that the West Indies cricket is being left behind. And the changes with technology and the way business is done globally, we are still going with the same model of volunteers and assistants from the people who love cricket. We need to be now taking a more professional role. There are branding firms out there that create a lot of money for people, and there are so many sports icons and teams that you can look at. If you go through United States, Europe, it's a big business. It's a multi-billion-dollar business, and we are not part of it. What West Indies Cricket has done is actually to sell, in a way, the birthright with the CPL. That is my opinion. I think we need to re-examine that. We also need to look at the model which we are using for management of West Indies cricket right now. We need to look at the Memorandum of Articles of Association to see if it is relevant today. I don't think it is. I think we need to adjust that. We need to review that and have amendments to that. That is important.
What amendments would you recommend?
There's very little accountability, and there is no compliance at times. We have the shareholders being the 6 countries with the Leeward Islands as a group, and to oversee what is happening with the management there. It is as if this is a dictatorship in a way. The board handles things in such a way that it is not transparent enough. We have a small group of people to compare with England and all that. You have 4 million or something like that we are in our cricket world. But we have the best cricket ability, and we are not maximizing this. We are not really seriously looking at how we can expand that. What CPL is doing, the West Indies Cricket Board can be doing by hiring the right professionals to put in place and implement these things. They are making millions. CPL was sold. Somebody made more money than the West Indies Cricket Board. It was sold again and made more money than the West Indies Cricket Board. Where is the funds? We are not getting enough. You are telling me you have a debt, $5 million, and here today, you are not getting even that to clear it. Money is not coming down as frequent as it should because there is losses being occurred. So the clubs, the schools, and everything else is still not getting the funding feeding down to nourish the young people who will be interested in cricket, to bring them out of the house from these items to start to take part in sport. We have to make sure that we manage our destiny. We have a threat coming, and it's a serious threat. The United States is waking up to cricket. The United States can build stadiums, they can get promotions, and they can get the money through branding. The West Indies is one of the best brands. And I'll put an example to you. When COVID was in, and I'm repeating one of my colleagues, what he said to me, England had a serious problem of losing money. And a lot of teams weren't interested in going and playing cricket. The West Indies went. They were invited. Saved them over £3 million of debt they made. They cleared it. And West Indies got nothing, a loan out of it. That is bad negotiations. I mean, where on earth would any business person look at that opportunity and take a hand out of a loan? I'm sorry, I have to be very frank because I am passionate about this. We need to manage our destinies. We need to hire the professionals that can manage our business. We need to have a commercial section who can deal with high-powered people, who can negotiate properly. Because when we are accustomed to small money, so we accept small money. And as a result, the big people make the big money out of us.
Before I come to you, Sir Clive Lloyd, I just want to, because Prime Minister Motley has mentioned the CPL contract, Prime Minister Rowley has mentioned the CPL contract. Dr. Shallow, can you give us a little more understanding of the CPL contract, and is it open for renegotiation?
We currently have an arrangement with CPL, as I think Prime Minister said earlier, well, certainly Prime Minister Motley just said 50 years contract. I think this is our 12th year. And what we have been doing over the years is engaging them of how Cricket West Indies could benefit more. Now, I'm not going to be the different view from my esteemed panelists here, fellow panelists, in saying that it is highly favorable to Cricket West Indies. No, right? We would prefer more favorable terms. And we have echoed that to the management and owners of CPL. And in fairness to them, they have been responding positively. We have realized more benefits in recent years from CPL, and we continue to have those discussions. So for example, in the last 2-3 years, we have had the women's version of CPL, women's CPL. I think that is a great addition that they have paid the cost for, millions of dollars saved to Cricket West Indies, and of course our players have benefited. And there are other ways, other opportunities there for us to explore, and I trust that certainly after this symposium, if not before, that CPL are more open now than ever to helping Cricket West Indies to get more favorable terms.
President Shallow, I am seeing on the agenda for tomorrow, actually later today, CPL will be coming in the afternoon, and we recognize that this has been a very topical area, so I'm hoping that the representative from CPL could give us more details on exploring the opportunity to reopen that contract, as indicated by all the prime ministers here presently. Sir Clive Lloyd, I just want, as a student of the game, I reference your opening remarks in the book of Michael Manley. You spoke passionately about cricket's importance to regional identity. We know also that there has been a rallying call from legends over the years to be more active in the governance of Cricket West Indies, to also be able to lend their expertise, to be able to advance the game and players' development. There is that notion that legends have been somewhat cast aside. We see presently many of them here. How do you see some of the legends being more involved going forward?
You only have to listen to Michael Holding. You know that you're missing out on a lot of experience there. So if you had somebody like that involved with the cricket, surely he would be bringing something to it. I know Dr. Shallow and his team, it's be difficult. It's a difficult time for cricket. But I just want to, I want to know, why is it that we're not allowing ex-players? You have Derek Murray here, you have Joel Garner, you have Gordon Greenidge, you have Desmond Haynes. And I told Desmond Haynes that he's in the wrong job. Desmond Haynes should be teaching our players to bat, not choose them. Good? We have guys here who can bring something to our cricket and help it quite a lot. And I want to ask another question. Why is it that we do not have the Caribbean Development Bank involved in our cricket? Why are they not investing money for us, helping us to build our cricket? This is a big bank. They're just giving $210,000 to the University of the West Indies. And if you're saying our cricket is so great, why are they not involved?
Prime Minister Motley, I stand corrected if you may, but I believe you're one of the directors as a leader of the Caribbean Development Bank. Do you want to speak to regional government's ability to be able to influence investment in cricket? I specifically also want to touch development cricket, because you spoke about going into the schools and not just looking at that. We recognize that there has been some societal changes as well that may have influenced the popularity of cricket today, the advent of technology. How do you see regional governments, one, being more involved in being able to assist Cricket West Indies and regional cricket in its entirety from a grassroots level first? And then any follow-up I'll ask you in terms of investment, assisting the investment that Cricket West Indies has alluded to in the business plan noting cash. We need cash to care.
Yeah, I must tell you, I was hoping to hear Sir Clive longer, and I'm not sure if I'm unfairing him by taking up time that I think he should be sharing, because his perspective just now with respect to horses for courses, with someone like Desmond and Gordon being able to support youngsters with batting, or us establishing a fast-balling academy as Courtney Brown has called for. These are the things that will make a difference to the development of West Indies cricket. And young boys and girls should be aspiring for the opportunity to be involved in that. I believe that governments can continue to play that supportive role through our schools, through our community development policies, through our crime prevention policies, because all of these things help to give young people purpose and to give us the opportunity to see who is great among them. In my budget speech this year, I announced a series of programs in cricket and football and road tennis, motorsports. And in the cricket one, I've asked Courtney Brown to lead a block T20 tournament. Not because we want to associate the word block and T20, but because I believe that there are youngsters out there who may have played a little cricket when they were in primary school, who we need to be able to identify where the talent is and to let them know that there is a bridge to working in an ecosystem that can give them a purposeful life by being involved. With respect to the investment, I don't know how we can be talking to CPL about women's cricket or any other right without renegotiating the contract ab initio. In other words, from start. You cannot vary a contract without both sides agreeing to it. And if they wanted to have greater representation in other aspects of the game, that is when the West Indies Cricket Board should be holding them accountable to be able to renegotiate the kinds of rights that we have. Secondly, our negotiations shouldn't only be with CPL to unlock value, but we need to be talking to ICC. We need to be going in and investing in Africa and North America and Latin America, because in truth and in fact, we have the most popular brand for these jurisdictions, but we're not getting on as if we can unlock value through that brand and through commercial partnerships and development partnerships. I believe that the heads of government have no role in running West Indies cricket, but I believe that we have a role in sustaining the environment within which there can be a better run West Indies cricket framework. And Prime Minister Mitchell led the way in making that happen. Prime Minister Rawls, I don't know if it's a key thing, but anyhow, the point is that I believe that that is our role as leaders. So we will continue to provide the development support. In our case in Barbados, we've invested also in the technology, because I've told you without technology, it's like lambs to the slaughter, and we're not being fair to our people. So I hope that that can be accepted and we can have concrete decisions, as I said. But Kishore, my brother, it is up to you to be able to separate. And you can't have big men who have inspired us from little children asking over and over to be involved in a credible and structured way. And administration after administration after administration ignores them as if it is their right to humiliate our icons and heroes. It cannot happen. And you have the ability now to change it. Don't tell me that governance is on the table. Tell me that governance is going to be your first priority to resolve. And that if you have to go island by island, by country and do it, then you will do it and you'll have our support to do it. But this notion that it will go to the next administration, because that's what happens when you leave it on the table.
So Clive Lloyd, you want to mention something?
Yes, we had another situation. We had an ICC meeting, and they're distributing money. And of these 10 countries, 7 got 80 million, and 3 of them got 180 million. And I want to know, how did you come to that decision? Because when we were in the ascendancy, as Derek and I discussed the other, we were the cash cows for these people. Everybody wanted to play for the West Indies. Australia used to play every 9 years. They wanted us to play every 2 years. Because if you went to Melbourne, the first 4 days sold out. Beer sold out. Pies are sold out. Gates of, everything is just on their side. And we sat down there and decided that we will accept 80 million. The things that we have done over the years, 28 test matches without losing, 11 successful games. If you were 17 years old, you would have never seen the West Indies lose. Now, you tell me, with 5 million people, we've managed that. To break those records, it's going to take a momentous effort to do so. We have so much to be proud of, but we're not going out there and telling people what it is. We have to tell them. 14 countries. We're not one country like India or Australia or Pakistan. We have 14 islands or 14 countries, if you want to say that. We have to fly everywhere. You know, it's expensive for our cricket. It's probably more expensive than anybody else. In England, you go to England, they put you in a coach, and you go all around in. You don't have to fly anywhere. You know, so I think that we have to have a special dispensation, and we must have 10 or 12 people, and I hope you'll be one of them, madam, and some business people, board people, and some cricketers that are respected, and put it to the ICC that we cannot accept this. You know, when we were there, I remember Kerry Packer's guy saying that you're down at the bottom there because you did not negotiate properly. If you'd negotiate when you were the champions, your fee would have been here, probably dropped a little bit, but it wouldn't be this far. We have done a bad job with our money. And I think that is why I'm asking, why is the CDB not involved in helping them with investment or getting, you know, different programs and so on? What about I asked about our women's cricket. And I asked one of the presidents, and he said, we need $3 million. Well, surely, if you have all these companies around and you have a bank, they would have been able to help you. Our cricket, our women's cricket, do need to play test cricket. They're good enough for that.
Sir Clive, before we move to the open session where we invite questions from those of you in the audience, you mentioned travel. I note that there is a concern, especially among the Leeward and Windward Islands, that for a 10-day camp alone, Prime Minister Montley, I'll direct this question to you. There is challenges with regional travel. It costs about $200,000 for a 10-day camp in the Leeward Islands, which has eight countries that participate in that and under that territorial board. In the Windward Islands, which I believe is 4. Regional travel continues to be a challenge for the islands being able to develop. While it's different for Barbados and Guyana and maybe also Trinidad and Tobago, the challenge in the OECS continues to impact the ability of cricket development and also building that culture amongst and the camaraderie amongst the players, because they don't get the opportunity to perform or be able to practice with each other often. Can you speak to how we can look at addressing the regional travel challenge that impacts cricket as well?
Regional travel is a challenge not just for cricket, but for all of us across the region. But I do believe that the initiative that Trinidad, Barbados, and Guyana are working on with respect to a regional ferry system will also help, because it's not only about moving the cricketers, it's about moving the fans. Fans create the base for economic activity as well. And part of the difficulty is that I don't think that we have negotiated sufficiently favorable contracts with respect to access to travel, but it cannot only be air travel, because that's not going to be sustainable in terms of the level of base that we need. So I hope that in the same way we have contracts with hotels, etc., that with the resumption of air travel now coming back to a normal state, and with the development of the ferry travel that we hope to bring into play, that we can have greater access for the commodity of sports to be developed, both not just through the cost of travel for the cricketers, but being able to create the fan base that can travel with the cricket.
Thank you, Prime Minister Motley. I now invite those who are in the audience for comments and questions. Certainly, we want this session to be as interactive as possible. The panel here, quite versed and experienced in their own rights, will be able to give feedback and be able to at least give us an idea on the possibility of implementation or exploring those ideas. We have a question in the back. We will have a microphone coming to you.
Thank you. Making some notes here, if you allow me to. To have lived through the glory years, Sir Clive said basically 15 years, from a fan perspective, it hurts that, if I'm correct, we're now 7th and 10th in the men's rankings, and 6th, I think, in the women's ranking. That hurts, given where we were. We are seeing cricketers retiring. I don't see any effort to keep them. Yes, as Michael Holding said, they have to secure their future. But we are entertaining the world, these cricketers. And I don't see us doing much to retain them on the world stage representing the West Indies. We have 4 more years before we hit 100 years of West Indies cricket. So I'm hoping that concrete actions will be taken and not just another talk shop. And, you know, I think a former West Indies cricket board director said it's our business, you know, leave us alone kind of thing. So I don't know if that means they're onto their own and we can't make changes. But from a fan's perspective, I hope that in 4 years' time, I could be looking at the beginning of the glory years again. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just identify your name and the organization you're with?
Nasser Khan. I do a bit of writing.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a situation, it's a T20 tournament. It has affected us. It's no doubt about that. It's all right for England. They have 365 players on show every year. Pakistan has got a lot more people than we have. India's got 1.25 billion people. Sri Lanka have got a lot more people than we have. So they can afford to lose some of the players. This thing is affecting us. And the point is that until we do something, just like New Zealand did, they called their players in and they said, listen, we don't mind you playing in the different competitions, but when we have our cricket at home, we'd like you to be there. And they signed a 5-year contract. But you see, I don't know, it can be difficult with our players because we're island people and, you know, you can't get too many jobs around the place. And as Michael said, you know, if a guy's giving you 1.5 million US for 5 weeks, you know where he's going to go. Stark is getting 2 million, but he plays IPL, but he still goes and plays for Australia. And until we can speak with our players, our young players, we have to tell them, give them an idea of why we would like them to play. Because we have investors here. If you want to put in some money into a team, you want to put money into a winning team. You don't want a losing team and your form is involved in that. So we have to make a very strong situation with our young players and tell them exactly why it is important. It takes you 3 years to build a good test cricketer. So when they get to the 3 years, then they've gone somewhere and they can't play for us. They decided to sign other contracts. So that means that we're digging a hole to fill a hole. We don't have the people. We have 5 million people spread out 14 islands. But so we need to speak to them. And if we don't speak to them, well, they will just, do as they like. And we will end up like we're doing a bit here now, and when we think we're making maybe ascending. No, we back down there again because we've lost 4 or 5 players. So we have to have a system where we can try and keep our players. And I think that means that either the governments and so on will have to speak to the young players and tell them the importance of playing for the West Indies. We know why Michael Holding has said it, because it has given him his upward mobility. Without cricket, where would we have been? We would have been working in different departments somewhere. We wouldn't be a household name. And I think that it's so important to us, because now I have West Indians, they don't even watch the IPL. And these are people who were proud and, walking tall in London and other places. And we need to get back to that, but we will only get back to that system until our players are playing in our cricket. Because if the youngsters are playing by themselves, you're not going anywhere. If you're a tennis player, table tennis player, whatever, you have to play with a better player to find out how good you are, how to improve. And that's not happening with our cricketers. They're not playing against them. You look at the 4-day competition. How many test players have you seen playing? Not many. So the standard is not, being lifted. So we need to sit down with them. We can understand, why you want to play there. You have Puran and you have Hetmeyer. These guys don't want to play. They know they're being paid well. But we gave them that extra to get there. And we're not working hard enough with them. We have to give them an NOC. They can't play anywhere without an NOC. So we have to speak to them seriously and say, well, listen, you're not missing out of such, because when you play for us, you're still being paid. You're not paying as handsomely as you're paid in the T20 competitions. But if we were running that T20 competition, our CPL, we probably would have been able to give them more money. Yeah. But we signed, is it a 50-year contract? Who signs a 50-year contract? It's so silly, it isn't funny. Now, if we were running our own CPL, we would have been able to give more money to the players, and they probably would want to play with us longer. But again, how can a board sit down and negotiate that?
Yeah.
Still a mystery to me.
I think that's the way we need to see it. We need to see whether there's a restraint of trade, and we need to use the leverage of the power for any additional rights for reopening it. And there's no simple way around it other than that, simply.
Well, we have another question from the audience. In light of the need for expanded opportunities for youth beyond existing local and regional structures, could the panel elaborate on any innovative plans or initiatives being considered to introduce additional avenues for youth development in cricket? Prime Minister Motley?
With all due respect, I think that the others need the opportunity.
President Shallow, I'll come around to you.
Yeah, sure. Now, and I'll just start by touching on the same matter raised by the gentleman there about availability of players to West Indies cricket. So Andy mentioned it as well. Now, if you're going to compete, right, if you're going to ask players to commit to West Indies cricket for international duties versus playing for these franchises, you're going to lose almost any day if that is just what it is about, money, because of the commercialization of sport, right? And as Mikey rightfully said, it's a very short career for an athlete. What I believe we have discounted over the years is in our education system to add to the syllabus the history of West Indies cricket in schools. teach our young boys and girls about the value of West Indies cricket through Sir Clive and the other distinguished former players here, right? And that way we instill in them more pride about West Indies cricket, and that is where our cricketers come from, out of the schools. Right? And there are different initiatives we can do that. We could be, if the question referred to innovation, we could have, whether it is comic books, you know, things that young children are going to gravitate to. We have obviously social media platforms, TikTok and all these different things. Let us put our legends there so that every time young boys and girls turn, they see these heroes, right? And if we start there, I believe that it will be much easier when the decision is there on the table for these players to commit to whether to play for West Indies cricket or to go to the franchise. The decision is going to be slightly easier, right? So I think these are the areas we need to actually look at adopting, in, you know, not only in West Indies cricket, but across the region at the different levels in order to get greater commitment from.
Well, President Charlotte, whilst you're on that point, I just want to take this one question from the audience. Yes, I would like to ask, when will we focus our attention on promotion, maintenance, and upkeep of existing systems? They're specifically referring to venues, programs, etc., throughout the Caribbean, rather than building new academies, stadia facilities every couple of years. Can you respond to that?
The raw truth is, we are so far behind the entire cricket world, right? When we compare ourselves to India, England, and Australia, I mean, it's unbelievable that we're still competing with these countries at the international level. There's no comparison with our infrastructure, right? With our system. So Australia, in recent times, went through a difficult period after the situation in South Africa, the ball tampering situation, right? Their cricket declined for a couple of years, maybe months. They have since, back at the international level, top, because of the fact that their foundation was so robust that even with that significant challenge, they have been able to restore their cricket to where they want it to be. And so we as a people, right, who are extremely passionate about cricket, in fact, I'll make a reference to a former Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sir James Mitchell. And he was speaking in the context of a Prime Minister of a small country. And I believe that Cricket West Indies could borrow this if you look at the ICC composition. He said that as a small country, in order to stand still, you have to run fast, right? And in the global context, ICC, we are small, only 5 million compared to 1 billion and something for India, right? We have to do all the things, the controllable things within our power. We have to do them right. We have to hold each other accountable, as in stakeholders have to hold the board accountable, us holding the government accountable, hold players accountable. And it is the only way, and when I say hold accountable, I mean hold them to excellence. If we have limited resources, we have to optimize the resources we have. We have to produce high quality if we are going to compete, because it is not until we put a very attractive team on the field and we start winning games, that is the only time we're going to attract those major sponsorships.
President Shaw, precisely based on that question, your response, before I come to Mr. Griffith, who also want to make a remark. In more detail, how do you believe that Caribbean governments can assist Cricket West Indies, not only at the senior level, but coming down the ladder? We also recognize that Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of England, would have just invested $53 million in grassroots cricket in the United Kingdom. Can you give tangibly how you perceive or how you see Caribbean governments being able to help Cricket West Indies reinvigorate itself?
I say current, and we have always had very passionate leaders, right, in the Caribbean for cricket because of the appreciation for our legacy. But certainly we have a current group of leaders in the region who are committed to following through with their passion with action. And I mentioned it earlier when I made reference to Prime Minister Motley, right? Just signed an agreement with, I think, a bank in Africa, $25 million for the redevelopment of Kensington Oval. right? We have had other leaders invest in major investment from Prime Minister Rowley even to host a symposium. And we are seeing commitment, but what I could say is that we have leaders now who are willing to assist, right? So they have accepted they have a role to play in advancing cricket. And Jamal, when you read books, as I said, for the last 5 decades, we have heard a recommendation. Sir Clive, I think it was 1980-something, called on governments to put players on retainers, right? If you go across to Sir West's book, Answering the Call, he spoke of the lack of poor infrastructure when he was president in 2001, right? We have not developed enough, right? But I think it is encouraging to have the current leaders we have. So Dr. Ali, right? I know Prime Minister Gonsalves and the others are investing in cricket, right? And we have to, as a board, be open to the advice from the leaders.
Mr. Griffith, you want to make a comment there?
Yes. Australia has managed their cricket well. And we have the opportunity to look at ourselves inward now and get the model that is working, that will work for us. It has to be a new model. We cannot continue doing the same things. Branding is important. I was pleased to hear our leaders, our country's leaders, speak about branding today. That is vital. We need to have a proper commercial sector dealing with branding and using our brand and getting it out there and branding our players and making money out of it. The television rights is enormous. The United States is getting into this, and West Indies will become the breeding ground for players to join teams in those countries. And it will deplete our ability to compete.
Okay. Go ahead.
With respect to improving the West Indies cricket product, I would like to state that we need to put more emphasis within our clubs, our home clubs, getting our clubs to be playing competitions at home outside of the regular league, where it can be televised and promote the clubs, even to compete with each other's Trinidad clubs and Barbados clubs and the other clubs. We know that transportation is a problem. That is true. But we really need to get this going because it increases the interest of our younger people.
Okay.
We are not getting enough of this.
I want to take a question. I believe that's table 14. I'm going to come to former Prime Minister Mitchell at number 2. That is Keith Mitchell, former Prime Minister, and then I'm going to come to table number 4. I saw Senator Gregory Nichols also had a question. So I'm going to come to table number 14, the question right there, and then come to number 2. Go ahead.
Yes.
Can you identify yourself?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to the peoples of the Caribbean. My name is Riza Abbasali. I'm a retired secondary school teacher at Astra Boys Colleges in San Fernando and Charleville, and I'm a student of West Indian cricket history, having lectured at the National Cricket Academy for several years on the history of West Indian cricket. Dr. Shallow, you're absolutely correct. We have to get the literature in West Indian cricket history into the school bags of our West Indian school children. So when we talk about things like this, June 21st, 1975, the Australian bowlers danced to the pulsating music of Clive Lloyd's bat. We have to get that into the school bags. And that, of course, was June 21st, 1975, West Indies' first ever victory at the World Cup, seen by thousands of people all over the world. So here's my pitch. I'm a former Caribbean Studies teacher. In that Caribbean Studies syllabus, and of course we have to start from primary school, but in that Caribbean Studies syllabus, which I have taught for several years, there is little and sparse knowledge about West Indies cricket history. And it is West Indies cricket history, test matches, that brought us to the pinnacle of the cricket world. I want the Caribbean educators, CXC and CSEC, prime ministers who are present here, officials, that let us now expand the Caribbean Studies syllabus, which has sparse mention of West Indian cricket history in it. I posit to you, Dr. Shallow, that you could be at the forefront of this, and I'm willing to join you. Let us get that historical aspect. Expand the Caribbean Studies syllabus to 2 years instead of 1 year, because there's an enormous content of Caribbean studies, but little on Caribbean cricket history. I want also to say that that would mean that we may have to shelve the communication studies, but we could include some communication studies in the now revamped Caribbean Studies syllabus. I end now, sir. If you take that seriously, I'm on board with you because you just mentioned it. You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. Abraham Lincoln. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much for your comment. I now want to move to table number 2. I believe former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell wanted to make a comment or ask a question. Go ahead, sir.
Not a question, I just want to make a short statement. And of course, I'm directing it, of course, to the Dr. Kishore, President of the Board. Colleagues, it's well known that I've been Chairman of the Prime Minister's Subcommittee on Cricket for several years. And I can tell you this, that from my experience, if we do not change the structure that operates West Indies cricket, we will not go anywhere. I'm more than convinced about that because I know the struggles, the problems. I've had more problems with dealing with presidents of the West Indies Cricket Board and boards than I had in my own country with my opposition. I think they only caught up with me recently. But friends, let me say this. Dr. Kishore, you said a while ago that there is an appetite. I don't know what that means. I can only take you at your word, and I believe that you have good intentions. That's my impression I've seen so far. And I've heard you say that you expect that the CPL would come to terms. That's my interpretation of what you said. And there will be a change in how the financial situation relates as far as West Indies cricket is concerned. So my own view is this. I know that there is no problem that a board would have in getting serious changes coming from the heads of government. I know that for a fact. I know the appetite there. And I know that they believe that structure must change. And I can tell you, there has never been one area I have not heard any serious quarrel or differences between government and opposition in the entire region during my experience, during the period of my terms of office. As far as West Indies cricket is concerned, not one single opposition from any country, from any political party. So therefore, to me, it's extremely important. You, sir, sit with the President, Chairman, Prime Minister, Chairman of the Prime Ministerial Subcommittee created, and do what is necessary, not just to have the appetite, but have to be the change in that structure of West Indies cricket. When we do that, I think we go very far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell. I want to come to table number 8. I know that we have some legends there on that table, and I want to allow them to get their comments, and then I'll come to table number 4, followed by table number 14. So we do it in that order: table number 8, table number 4, and then table number 14. And we will close off this session with no doubt, but with Prime Minister Rowley at table number 3, I believe. But we have a comment from table number 3.
Thank you very
table
much,
8.
Mr. Moderator. My name is Michael Findley, and the discussion tonight has focused quite a great deal on involving the past players, so-called legends, in West Indies cricket. One area that could be considered is that of mentoring. I am from a small rural village, very rural. It's almost at the bottom of the volcano in St. Vincent. And as a boy, I was about 7 or 8 in the primary school, and there's a gentleman in our village named Harold Bentic. He was much older than we were. But he formed us into a club. And he taught us so many things that meant so much to me. We would practice on Friday afternoons after school, and we would have our weekly meetings at his home. And he will call randomly on one of us and say, you get up and open the meeting with a prayer. Then we discussed cricket matters, and he said to us too, listen, you have to bring a trump. A trump in those days was a subscription. Whatever you have, a halfpenny, which is a half-penny in those days, or a penny, just bring it. And later on in the meeting, he'll again call on one of us randomly and said to us, remember that match we went to play in Lomans, Winwood, and another village in St. Vincent? Well, you stand now and make a vote of thanks to the people who treat us very well. Now that man, I don't think he had a full primary school education, but he taught us how to pray. He taught us the value of making a subscription to your club. He taught us public speaking. And he taught us how to appreciate things that people did for us. That's what we are lacking, I think, to a great measure in West Indies cricket. We've got so many legends around here that they can go back into the schools, into the communities, and sit with people, sit with young people, and talk to them about cricket. The first time I saw Sir Garfield Sobers play was in Australia in 1968. I was selected on the West Indies team for the first time then. I'd never seen him play live, but he impressed me quite a bit. But on that tour, Wesley Winfield Hall mentored me. He took me into his hands and he mentored me. And I'm a better person for it today. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, if we go back to mentoring our young people, that's going to do a lot to revive West Indies cricket. And we have to start early. We can't wait until they are 12 and 15. These days, their minds are made when they hit that. We have to start them at 7 and 8. The professional football clubs in the world do that. They recruit kids when they're 7 and 8, and they bring them up, so that when they are developed, they will understand the fundamentals of cricket. I watch cricket these days, and I see a number of our batsmen particularly who do not understand the principles of batting, the essentials of batting. They can't get behind the ball, they don't know when to hit out or to defend. That is lack of mentoring. And my last point would be an appeal to the governments represented here, that we need to get back to the primary schools. That's, you talk about grassroots cricket, I refer to it as primary schools cricket. You come into primary school at 5 years old, and if you are not directed in the way that you want to be directed in the cricket form, then when you get to 15 and 16, you are made in your mind. You can't change the bad habits you developed along the way. That is happening to West Indies cricket. Our players, a number of them in every department, have developed bad habits and they can't break out of it. When they get to the wicket, it's quite natural for them to go back to the way they are accustomed to play. Please, governments, if you can take charge of primary schools cricket, finance it, and make sure that it's on the right track. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. All right. We do have, in the interest of time, I want to, there are three individuals, and taking order of precedent, I want to take Sir Wes Hall, who's at the table here, followed by Senator Gregory Nichols, and then finally we'll take the last question for the session from the Honorable Minister Charles Ramson of Guyana, who's representing President Irfan Ali. Just a note, sorry, for table 14, we will take that question if time does permit afterwards.
Sir, I would just like to say a few words and ask a few questions. I don't know if we could really have it, concluded by tomorrow, but I think it would be a good idea to speak about them. First of all, I feel that we need to teach people, the West Indies, what has happened to the West Indies since 1900. That's when they first played, and throughout what has happened. I was so glad to hear Sir Clyde about, the things he knew, because I think that the West Indian players, they know a lot about cricket and things, but they never really get the opportunity to say a lot. Now, today I would like to ask a lot of questions, but, I think maybe two would be okay. And I believe, first of all, that the things that really running through my veins every day is, one, when are we going to let the ICC know what we think about what they have done for the last few years? Now, I sat down on a board, I sat down on a board for 2 years, and I wanted to be president of the Senate board for 10 years. Of course, I think it really needed that, because the things that I saw, I think it would be, you could not really finish it in 2 years as I had to do, because I got sick. But I just wish to say this, that it is very important that West Indians know that nobody's going to give it to us on a platter. We have to actually do it ourselves, and that is the point. We need to do that. Now, how you going to do it through the ICC, I don't know. I know I spent 2 years there, and every day I was in there, I was pulling them on West Indies should have the World Cup. The World Cup, they didn't feel we could do anything. In the end, they then sent me a plaque saying, Wes, they tried to think they could fool me. Wes, you made it happen. Me, I thought that you made it happen. It was a matter of looking at not the singular me, but it made all the many people in the West Indies, in all the islands, the governments, things. That is exactly how that became. And I tell you something, it would have been a great thing for the West Indies if that gentleman did not die in Jamaica. Because from the time that happened, the thing was finished, as far as people thinking about it as a great thing. Only 2 years after that, you may recall, after 2 years after that, we found that they played the 220 thing, and they felt that that was the best thing ever in the world. So I just want to know, sir, how are we going to deal, in a sense, talking about it? You have to come together and talk about it and do something to the ICC. You see, I think that's the first one. The second one is this, that I personally feel that the West Indies, as a country, as a great cricketing place,
we need to make a
must be chronicled. I feel that I wrote 2 books. I wrote 1 book because I feel that West Indies should write a book, you know, and I write the book and done with that. You know, it was bestseller, yeah, how you know that? I don't think so, because I ever got any money. You know, up to now I get a penny from that book. Yes, and so Frank told me that I should do another one, and that when he was doing the covering the book. And then I decided this year, because I felt that it is necessary to do another book. I'll say this to you, unless I try to sell a few books in Barbados and Trinidad and places, nothing has happened in England or Australia, nor these places where I played. Everybody in Australia know all of us. Everybody in India know all of us, and not one but we go there. You know, I know they've been telling me that I would have done it wrong, and obviously I've done it wrong. But you know, I just want to say that as far as we are concerned, we need to do these things. But the most important thing really that I think is this, that, you know, as far as cricket is concerned right now, I think that we need to look at getting our young players into, people believe that you shouldn't have these places where we're teaching these players. No, we need to have even a better one than they have now. We need to have that. It will cost money, and that is the point. The point is that we will get money. I mean, you know, our Prime Minister has shown the way, you know, not because we got a lot of money, but because we know how to do things properly. You see, that's his position. And I think that, you know, we need right now to do the right thing. The right thing is to win the World Cup again. Look, we played cricket at every stage and were champions. Champions under Sir Clive Lloyd. Then we played in the one days. We were champions in that. In juniors, we were champions in Trinidad. So we've won everything. Nobody is going to pity us and say, let them come back. Oh no, they want to take us out. If you don't think so, you know, think again. So we need to deal with that. Do like Australia. Australia, they were doing badly. And Charlie, man, let me talk first. I could hear him. Right? I'm talking on behalf of you. And the rest of us.
You know,
right.
we can have a late lunch.
What I'm saying here, sir, is, you know...
Tell him we need lunch, huh?
Chavez, we just want to ask you your final comments. We do appreciate that.
Right. But I know that you would have said so before I start. I know that. That's why you don't want to say nothing ahead. Because I know you're going to tell me that. I am not actually, sir. I'm calming down. Sorry. No, I just wish to know, to tell you that the only way we will be recognized again is when we go out there and beat all and sundry. That is a fact. That is a fact. You know, you may not want to hear me too long, but I want to tell you that unless we are the champions of the world, if not in the winners, nothing is going to happen. And the last time we were world champions twice, you know? But the last time we were world champions, you know what happened? The Australians got the West Indians to play for 10 consecutive years out there. They only play in cricket season. So for 12 years, all players played only out there to make money because nobody else offered the money. You see, so I just want us to look at it very seriously, that we have to actually beat these people again and become world and then do what we did not do when we were champions. Look, you go to England and you will find my daughter hitting me again. Over there, what I'm saying is, the last thing I say is this. Well, we beat all and sundry. Take, for instance, England. Our people, West Indian people in England, they are, you know, let me tell you, they jump over the moon. It means something to them. When West Indian people decided that they would dance at cricket, they got stopped. You know, I find even in India, nobody take off the sari and thing and dance, but they're out there doing the music all over the world. Cricket is happening. West Indian cricket and also West Indian restarted that. So, sir, I just really would like to find out from everybody tomorrow night. You tell me what you're going to do to beat these people again, because it's the only thing that is going to. You see that when you bring youngsters in here and do it, you need to get the youngsters in the to coach them. I said the last thing. Charlie, hold on. Look, I close by saying this to all and sundry, that we need to get our young players so well equipped that, you know, you don't, even if you're going to a year, you know, and be coached, you will be ready to play in tests. If you don't mean, look at the Indians. They not only have 40 places of where they teach people. For academy, yeah, good word. Yeah. The academy, there are 30 of them, you see? And when the boys come out, they are ready to play test cricket. We used to be able to send our youngsters, you know, 2 or 3 in a series in England. But you can't do that now. You can't do that now because we are only getting 2 games. We don't get a 5-year thing. If Pakistan, if India, if England and Australia become, you know, they're being kicked out, say they're in the second last and the last, they will still have the Ashes to play. We don't have anything to play, okay? So I just want us today to think about it and to discuss it tomorrow so that you will know what to do. I'll tell you one last thing. No, I'll tell you one last thing, and it's worthy, okay? You need to understand that we would have not beaten anybody unless you had great fast bowlers, okay? I'm telling you, you may not have noticed it, but going back, you know, from the time we started to now, we have always had the greatest batsmen in the world. There's no doubt about that. But we've had a lot of great batsmen in the world and still we did not win. You understand? But I'm saying that the fast bowlers have won everything. And I just want you, Mr. Chairman, I want you to think about that. Think about, don't believe that the people in the, what the word you said? In the academy, yeah, I can spell that, don't worry. Yeah. The academy, the people in there don't have 10-foot, 9-foot people, 6-feet people, 6'8". You know, we don't have any coaches there. I am saying to you that what we need to do is to look around. Look, if I could walk, I would do it for you all for nothing. Walk around the place and get some tall fellas.
Well, so,
I'm telling you.
So as, well,
yeah.
I do say that at 86 years, we do welcome all of your comments. We would not have this opportunity, we don't think ever again in such a forum.
What did you say, sir? That you did what?
And it is a rare opportunity to have this.
You're telling me that what I said to you, you've been doing all the time?
No, certainly not. Your words are very wise, Suez, and we welcome them.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. That's why I'm going to stop now, but I just warning Mr. Shallow. I'm just saying, he is not going to get the 6-footers in, you know, walking in to say, I want it. We need to go and look for them all throughout the countries. Okay? 6 feet. You need to do that. I say that I can give you the actual reason why, what fast bowling is. But I know
You see,
to tell you about fast
what's
bowling.
it doing for the
I'm
young
not going
players
But
are
I'd
now
just like
getting
to say to you, Mr. Chairman,
information from
you know that you ain't doing it. I am saying to you that when the time comes, don't worry about the fellas that I saw last night, a forum from the West Indies, 4 of them bowling after one time. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 3 of them are grunting. You can't bowl fast and grunt and get people out. I'm telling you that, okay? Your balance must be there. Your delivery must be there. You must be high with the right flag. There ain't no time to grunt, you understand? So you can tell them that for me. Look, gentlemen, I will now stop on that because I know y'all there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank Sir Wes and all those who made contributions, asked questions. I'm sorry we cannot take any more questions. I want to thank the panelists, Prime Minister Motley, Sir Clive Lloyd, Mr. Griffith, and President Shallow. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hold your positions just for a bit. I would facilitate just a word of appreciation from all who are gathered here, including the legends, for the input that it came from all members on this panel, but moreover, the opportunity to engage both for those in the room and those around the Caribbean who are perhaps hearing from Sir Wes for the first time. So we thank each and every one for their contribution. We invite the panel to make their way stage left, please, because you need to get your microphones off to conclude our proceedings. Thank you. For the benefit of our live viewing audience, we need to break away from the events here. We're going to be taking a pause for just a short while, and we'll see you on the other side of our break, and rejoin us in just a short while. Now, right, now that we're off the air, let's invite first the head table. We kindly ask that you make your way to the entrance to the ballroom. There is a photo opportunity that needs to be facilitated there for the head table. Please make your way forward. You'll be escorted out. Thank you. All others, could you remain in your seats for the time being, please? This will not take long.
It's an event that comes but every 4 years, where the best in the world compete not just for gold or glory, but for country. For 2 weeks, they gather in one location. On show, not just athleticism, but commitment, teamwork, respect, patriotism, sacrifice. The world's most elite athletes put it all on the line. We share their joy in victory, as well as their sorrow in defeat. But through it all, we live their dreams and honor their passion. In a city built on love and romance, hearts will be broken. The 2024 Olympic Games from Paris. Catch all the action live on TTT.
Making its Olympic debut at Tokyo 2020, the bright colours and dynamic flair of BMX freestyle made it one of the highlights of the Games. Athletes complete 2 one-minute runs over a series of ramps and obstacles spread through a course roughly 30 metres by 50. Judges score riders from 0 to 100 with a final total and average of the 2 runs. 5 judges scrutinise riders against a range of criteria, including height, style, variety, originality and difficulty. And in 2024, all these tricks will be launched against the stunning backdrop of Paris city centre, with the sport located in La Concorde Urban Park.
Line and Length, the #1 cricket program in the West Indies, is on TTT. Line and Length brings you up-to-date interviews, analysis, and highlights on the game in the region and internationally. Plus, there's an added bonus to receive a gift of gear each month with our grassroots program. Go to lineandlength.net to learn more. Line and Length in association with Massey United Insurance on TTT.
It's an event that comes but every 4 years, where the best in the world compete not just for gold or glory, but for country. For 2 weeks, they gather in one location. On show, not just athleticism, but commitment, teamwork, respect, patriotism, sacrifice. The world's most elite athletes put it all on the line. We share their joy in victory, as well as their sorrow in defeat. But through it all, we live their dreams and honor their passion. In a city built on love and romance, hearts will be broken. The 2024 Olympic Games from Paris. Catch all the action live on TTT.
Making its Olympic debut at Tokyo 2020, the bright colours and dynamic flair of BMX freestyle made it one of the highlights of the Games. Athletes complete 2 one-minute runs over a series of ramps and obstacles spread through a course roughly 30 metres by 50. Judges score riders from 0 to 100 with a final total an average of the 2 runs. 5 judges scrutinise riders against a range of criteria, including height, style, variety, originality and difficulty. And in 2024, all these tricks will be launched against the stunning backdrop of Paris city centre, with the sport located in La Concorde Urban Park. Captain and star player of the men's football team, Kylian Mbappé embodies the hopes and dreams of a generation of Parisians. Hailing from Bondy in the suburbs of Paris, Mbappé is the most feared footballer in the game. He helped Les Bleus win the World Cup as a teenager and scored a World Cup final hat-trick in a losing cause 4 years later. Still only in his mid-20s, the fleet-footed forward has dominated Ligue 1 for almost a decade, and his ascent has been held up as a defining triumph of modern, multicultural France. The most recognisable French sportsperson, a symbol of the capital city, and a superstar to boot, Kylian Mbappé will be one of the faces of Paris 2024. Is the queen of the women's triple jump and the face of Venezuelan sport. After hopping, skipping and jumping to silver at the 2016 Games in Rio, Rojas went one better in Tokyo, becoming her country's first ever female Olympic gold medalist. If that wasn't enough, her mighty 15.67 metre leap smashed a world record that had stood for 26 years. A year later, she bettered that mark at the 2022 World Indoor Championships. One of the most heavily fancied favourites in Paris, the question for Yulimar Rojas is not so much whether she can defend her title, but if she can become the first woman to break the magical 16-metre barrier.
50 by 20, 50 by 25.
This is Kyron Pollard. When you play, do it the legal way. Don't bet on illegal gaming.
I bought 5 tickets, and the first one I scratched, I won the Nissan Frontier. The advice I'll give is keep on scratching the big ride tickets, and you never know when your lucky day will come.
Welcome to this afternoon's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw, supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Good afternoon. Welcome to NLCB's Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw for Thursday, 25th April 2024. First, we draw this afternoon's Playway number. Winning number, it is 23. Lucky Markets House. That's number 23. And our Mega Mix machine is now loaded with a Mega Bonus Ball in each chamber. And should a Mega Bonus Ball call, you win $36 for every dollar wagered, $80 with the Mega Ball, $100 with the Mega Ultra Ball, and $125 with the Mega Extreme Ball. And now for a Mega Mix selection. And players Playway mark number 23, House, is called along with all white balls. Keep on playing. You've won the base payout of $26 for every $1 played, and you can win more when the Mega Bonus Ball calls. Now we draw this afternoon's Pick 2 numbers. First pick the number, it is 15. Number again, 15. Now for the second pick 2 number. And the second pick 2 number, it is 2. Pick 2 numbers 15 and 2 in that order. And pick 2 Mega Machine has been loaded with 2 white balls and the Mega Ball. Remember, if the white ball calls, there'll be no extra payout. However, when the Pick 2 Mega Ball calls, if players paid an extra $5 minimum on the Mega Ball, not only will they win the base payout, but an additional Mega payout. And players Pick 2 numbers 15 and 2 have called in that order with a white ball. Keep on playing. Remember, you can win an additional Mega payout when you play the Mega Ball. And now for this afternoon's Pick 4 numbers. First number, it is 7. Second, it's 5. Third number, it is 3. And the fourth number, it's also 3. This afternoon's winning Pick 4 numbers are 7, 5, 3, and 3 in that order. Congratulations to our winners, and no one chose Wednesday's winning Lotto Plus number, so the jackpot has rolled. And Saturday's Lotto Plus jackpot estimated $3,200,000. Remember to get your ticket to the next level. Make sure to play today. Are you looking for instant winnings? Add Instant Win to your cashpot bet for your chance to win on the spot. To date, 1 million players have won $16,300,000 in cashpot instant win prizes. And you can shine bright with our Scratch Jam 8 crew. Over $19 million in cash to be won. Scratch, win plenty cash. Thank you for joining us. Do so again at 4 o'clock this afternoon for another Playway Pick 2 and Pick 4.
this episode, the Ministry of Health is looking for a personalized health monitoring and advisory solution.
Because we designed this with integration with future health systems in mind.
You could actually see my heart rate.
Really exciting stuff, I would say.
Our developers are SK Devs, Bright Engine, and VE Team. Join us at 7:30 p.m. only on TTT. Brought to you by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. To learn more about the Developers Hub and the Developers Hub Challenge, go to dhub.mdt.gov.tt.
Prepare for a revolutionary conference to transform your mind and rejuvenate your spirit. Join host Dr. Eve Abraham and a team of clinical professionals from the United States and Trinidad and Tobago, April 26th and 27th at the Dr. Levi Duncan Convention Center, Shogunas, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. service. Topics include surviving trauma, marriage and mental health, dealing with depression, domestic violence, sexual and psychological abuse, managing anxiety, and more. Don't miss this unique convention, the Kingdom Mental Health Summit, a conference where the spiritual meets the clinical, guided by the Holy Spirit. Admission is free. Register today at kingdomhealthsummit.com. Call now 765-7379.
Welcome to the D-Hub Challenge.
The Developers Hub Challenge. Season 1. 14 teams vie for 5 awards of $350,000 TT dollars. See Trinidad and Tobago's top developers, coders, and programmers solve 5 digital challenges at 7:30 p.m. on TTT. Brought to you by the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Trinidad and Tobago.
This is TTT. Live for local.
Welcome to It's Your Date with Destiny with Apostle Vivian and Pastor Gemma Duncan of Divine Destiny Worship Center in Diego Martin. For the next 30 minutes, join us as we take you on a journey of maximizing your potential and realizing your goals through Jesus Christ.
Why is it when you need a miracle, it doesn't happen, but when you least expect it, it happens?
You are married, you have challenges in your relationship, but your spouse is unwilling to accede to any counseling. Is divorce an option?
How does a parent handle a promiscuous child?
What are considered the do's and don'ts of a born-again couple who is not yet married?
There are always more questions than answers. So here is Apostle Gemma.
Grace and peace to you. Welcome to Ask Pastor Gemma. And I want to start, as I would do, thanking you for your support and thanking God for His goodness and for life, that we are both alive. We may not be in the condition that we would want to be physically, sometimes mentally, emotionally. Our situations may not be what we wish they would be, but God has given us life, and we often say, as long as there is life, there is hope. So we give God praise for life, and we give God praise for hope. I want to start with praying for you. And I'm going to make some specific declarations over your lives, and that will apply to mine as well. Today, I want to pray that God's kingdom will come and His will be done in your life. I pray for heaven's rule in all your affairs. I pray that you discover, pursue, and fulfill your God-given destiny. while you are yet alive. I want it to happen in your lifetime because we don't want to go back with regrets. I pray that salvation will come to your house and that you and your entire household will be safe and saved. Two different nuances there. Want us to be saved, or salvation comes through Jesus Christ alone. He said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father except by me. So that's being saved. Safe means being protected from all what's happening around us. And we know it could be physical, emotional, all the other different circumstances that we face on a daily basis. I pray that God will bless you. And when He does, you in turn will bless others. I pray that you'll come to a place that you'll be a lender and not a borrower. And that's God's heart for us in terms of Israel. He said to them, the one thing that God had a little problem with was them being borrowers. He spoke over them and said, I want you to be lenders and not borrowers. And my prayer for you today is that you will come to a place where you want to be a lender and not a borrower. I pray that God would lean towards you with favor. And the Bible says that He leans towards us with favor. We use the word curry favor. God is fair and God is just, but there are some people who God favors a little above others. And I'll tell you one of the secrets: obedience. God favors people who tend to obey Him, who tend to want to do His will for their lives, who make effort to please Him in that way, and He will lean towards you with favor. So that's my prayer for you. I pray that you will prosper and be in health, even as your soul prospers. We need a balanced life. I know we were taught a kind of inequity when I was growing up. The emphasis was on soul's prosperity, and it seems as though we were supposed to just hold still, stand fast, waiting to go to heaven. And I was saved as a teenager, and so 60-something plus years, I'm still holding the fort, as they say. What was I supposed to do during these 60-something odd years with my soul prospering? So my prayer for you is that not only will your soul prosper, but you too will prosper, whatever prosperity means for you. And you will be in health to enjoy the prosperity. Because Apostle Vivian says that the truth is prosperity is defined as finding your way to divine destiny. Any person who successfully negotiates his way to divine destiny is prosperous. And sometimes we think prosperity is just money alone. It's not money alone, but anything that God has given you to do, any purpose on the earth, will need finances. And so God will supply the financial resources for us to fulfill His destiny. If you say, I want to have a home for the aged, or a home for unwed mothers, or whatever it is that you want to do, listen, don't be so heavenly minded that you're not earthly good. Because you're going to have a building, you're going to have facility, you're going to have finances to maintain the mother and the babies, and you're going to have staff, people who upkeep the home. You have to pay for electricity and for water, whatever it is, all the amenities that are necessary. And so we also need financial prosperity. So my prayer is that God will prosper you and you'll be in health, even as your soul prospers. In the event that you're joining me for the first time, my name is Gemma Duncan. My husband, Apostle Vivian Duncan, and myself are the pastors of the Divine Destiny Worship Center. Our headquarters is located on the main road in Diego Martin, Trinidad, opposite Southern Drive. We have branches in Sangre Grande, in Chaguanas, in Faizabad. There's a branch in Tobago, and one branch on the island of Antigua. Our regularly scheduled services are Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. live and online in every branch. we have an online service every Thursday at 7 o'clock called the School of Intercession, taught by Pastor Vivian Duncan. And then we also have a regular online service on Fridays at 7 o'clock that Pastor Vivian and myself, we share a particular service. Our office hours are Monday to Thursday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And the business center opens from Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. You can reach us at 633-3780. If you're outside of Trinidad and Tobago, you have to add the 1-868. So the full number for those outside of Trinidad and Tobago is 1-868-633-3780. We have a special live service Thursday, April 25th for this month. Generally, that live service is at the month end and it's on a Friday once a month. It's called a seed sowing service that the Holy Spirit instructed Apostle Vivian to have and to keep. But this April is going to be on the 25th. That's a Thursday at 6 p.m. Take note and call up somebody and join us live. It will be nice if you can be with us live. If not, we will be online. Come and be blessed. I mean, we've had great testimonies coming out of it, not just from the seed that we sow. And remember, whatever size seed you have is fine. Just give it with a cheerful heart and you're going to get a harvest out of it. However, there are multiple things that come out of the seed sowing: healings, deliverances, breakthroughs, and all kinds of testimonies have come out. So please be a part of that special service. We have a big event coming up, Fostering Effective Dynamic Communication, carded for July 4th, 5th, and 6th, facilitated by our daughter, Dr. Jade Duncan. And she'll be joined by Dr. Inez Moore Diouf of California, USA. And Dr. Inez is a communication specialist, Dr. Jade's friend, and she will join us. She was gracious enough to just come for the weekend, just for the conference, a first time to the Caribbean, a first time to Trinidad, and coming to help us now. I mean, you have to be a part of this. It's going to be a big event. You could squeeze you in. There is a cost attached. For those of you who are listening to me, it's $200 for the entire weekend. We go 6:30 on Thursday, 6:30 on Friday, all day Saturday. If you cannot be in person, we are going to send a special link for you. It's not going to be on the normal ddwc.tv or usual internet connections. You're not going to get it there because there is a cost attached. And so you will get a special link. If you want to join in one of the branches in Tobago, in Antigua, in any one of the branches, Thursday, Friday, you will be there in the branch. And those who can make it, we would love for them to come and join us Saturday all day. I know that perhaps Antigua and Tobago may not be able to do it, but we would love to have you with us. Today I continue with my God-given mandate, and Holy Spirit said some time ago to give my people hope. And so everything that I now present in any forum is to give hope to you. We want to look at the scripture, Lamentations chapter 3, verse 24 in the King James Version. And it reads, "The Lord is my portion, saith my soul. Therefore, I will hope in him." Lamentations chapter 3, verse 24 says, "The Lord is my portion, saith my soul. Therefore, I will hope in him." I want to remind you, as we would have done previously, about the background of Lamentations. A lament is an expression of regret, of grief, of sorrow. And it is often expressed by weeping and wailing. It's not quiet sobbing. Sometimes we grieving, but you will just see the tears quietly running down our faces or cheeks. And we are usually very controlled. And if I am weeping, I'll take my nice little handkerchief, perhaps lift my glasses and just do it something like this, in a very dignified manner, because you don't want to act all emotional. A lament is different. A lament is when you let it all hang out. You don't really, if you are lamenting or there is some lament, you don't even need a handkerchief. It doesn't matter how you look. It doesn't matter how the tears come down. Sometimes you can't even see ahead of you because the tears blinding you and you're not seeing. And the truth is you don't really care because you are expressing the sorrow from your heart. It overwhelms you. And so the book of Lamentation is one such book. Jeremiah, as we would have known before, among other prophets, warned Israel about all the negative things they did. They rebelled against God. They did their own things. They had worshiping idols. I mean, they were intermingling with the people around and adopting some of their practices. And they were warned time after time. Of course, they didn't believe that they would ever be taken into captivity because they were God's special people. And they always won their wars. Nobody beat them in anything, in any form, in any way. And so they didn't see why it would be any different. And eventually, precisely what was prophesied, because there was no change of heart among God's people, they were taken into captivity. And Jerusalem was completely destroyed. And Jeremiah was left behind. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, didn't take him with him. And he's sitting there in the ruins, in the ashes of a totally destroyed city. And I mean, Jerusalem was God's star city, beautiful. And God himself destroyed the star city. He allowed it to be destroyed, let me say. And Jeremiah sits there and he's lamenting, he's weeping. He's known as the weeping prophet. He was literally crying, bawling, and so on. And in the midst of such lament, that is when he said these words, "The Lord is my portion." Hallelujah. Saith my soul. Therefore will I hope in him. The Lord is my portion, saith my soul. That's a strange expression. Jeremiah is writing this for us. But in this case, it is not Jeremiah speaking words out of his mouth. In the midst of what is happening around him, in the midst of the ruins around him, a voice speaks to Jeremiah from inside of him. Hallelujah. The reality of what's around is there. Couldn't deny the destruction, couldn't deny what was happening around about him. But a voice from the inside began to speak. Hallelujah. And there's a song that we sing sometimes, there's a voice inside of me calling me. And sometimes we are so broken, given our experiences and our situations, that even people's voices and people who try to comfort us from outside of us seem incapable or unable to reach us in the depths of our mourning and pain and whatever it is that we're going through. But somehow